Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to some more StarRupture. We are up here, where we completed our first kind of combo base. So doing things like inductors and ceramics and stuff like that. Continuing along here, though, output buffers at each of our feeders. Input buffer coming in. All the cable routing underneath, everything coming up and then going right back down. And then on the back side, we have more buffering. I decided to go ahead and run this cable between streams just because I knew it was going to take a while and not the most entertaining. I do like how it looked, though. Almost, if I was doing really pushing for like an art thing, I could have probably did like singles that slowly worked. But I mean, this is fine. And then it's got a nice cool little pattern as it goes up towards the top and then feeds out above where we're going to be working on our first bases today. Possibly a little bit further away, but where I think I'm probably going to be setting up that next base. I'm probably going to want to, I could have done that between, is definitely start looking at moving some more stuff. What I also did is I did go and I destroyed the last of what was left of my previous base. The one that I had kind of out. Yeah, it was like out here-ish area. Yeah, so I got rid of that one. So now we pretty much only have what we have here. So as we move forward, that'll be what we have. Oh, sorry. Like, how did I get so many hearts? Yeah, because I was destroying cores along the way. So we're sitting all right here. 501 more bounds. I could use that to kind of do a little more research, specifically for, like, say, the heavier machine gun, but I think we're okay. So what I do want to do...
Oh, yes.
Let's just take all this stuff here. I've already used a lot of the building blocks. Yeah, we'll take you guys for now. We're going to be doing a bit of work over there. And I think one of the first things that I'm going to need to get set up is going to be crafting for, like, basic building blocks. And this is where I've got it run to so far. So my plan is to have that next big base kind of in this area here. I did run over. And I couldn't build in there, but I was built right before and right after, and I was still able to run it across. So keep that straight line coming all the way through here. And then this area here, we're going to, like I said, that'll be our base, even coming into over there. Now, I got to be careful, because when I was playing this on my other one, parts of this where it was close to certain things, it wouldn't let me place multiple. It was really weird. I had to place them all singly, which got really kind of, call it annoying. So, I'm trying to decide, do I want to do Wolfram first? Because the Wolfram's going to go over here. And obviously our Titanium's over here. But I am starting to run kind of... Actually, no, I'm not. Just remembered. Let me get this stuff put away here, because I left the habitat over at the final base area, and it still had some storage out back from when it was getting stuff sent to it. So for now, get a few of these up here. Oh, that's right, I did have 2 floors. Oh, and that's where all the viewpointing is, so I can make this wall so I can actually put storage there. keep you there for now. Get all these in here. I'm gonna go over and bring a bunch of stuff back. So I wanna kind of get these put away real fast because we're gonna need quite a bit of materials to do the building we're gonna be doing. Go. Nope. Like, it won't let me do it. Autosave. Alright, let's go ahead and get some eating in. Where do I want them? Go. Over time, I'll start to bring all these things in here, but for now, let's go get the rest of our building materials first, and see what else I can pick up from our middle base. Definitely want to bring the food and plants back. Yeah, I destroyed a lot of things. Oh, I don't have basic. I thought I had basic, but I don't. I've got intermediate and I've got ammo.
Gotcha.
So at least take that. Although technically, I guess I do, because that's what all this stuff is. There we go. I don't know how much is here, but I just kept flying up and deleting more things and just kept stacking up around me and stuff. Oh, that's nothing. Oh, you. Why would it do it that way? Like singles. I don't have any of those, but I think I did have limbs. I do still have some of this stuff. Alright. I suppose I could leave them to get a little bit extra. Give me mediums. And I'll deal with that later. don't think I have any basic blocks left at the other base either, though. So we're going to have to get that production up as quick as we can. I don't think I'm going to run out on these first couple builds here, but eventually I will. And I am going to need these. Alright, yeah, let's put the lem. For now. And I know I have a bunch of these at the other base too. So eventually I'm going to get these all combined. I may need to look at duplicates. I don't know. The thing that would be nice is if at some point they give us the ability to utilize them for data as well. Give us something to do rather than just have them kind of just stuck in our storage doing nothing. Alright. Plants.
I can use this. Plenty of that. I'm more interested, I think, in the other ones. Yep, I was gonna say, I thought I had more of those. Let's grab those. Don't care about those. So I already grabbed that. I wish it would, when you did that, it would just let you take as much as you're allowed, or you have room for, instead of dumping the rest on the ground. Okay, alright, that's full. Nope, I don't know why I keep wanting to lean towards that final base. We are a long ways away from final base. Got a, okay, we're okay. I'm seeing that now. We're good for a little bit. Eventually, when we get all this area done, we'll be able to make more intermediates. Yeah, I got a decent amount of plants. A lot of them I just have no use for. I can use this.
Okay, I think we're good there. So let's come back over here. So I need all that. Get a few. Mostly this is just for the rails that we're running. Standard ammo. Sure, we'll take that. I am going to need more, some of that at some point. Food. Trying to use this up before I then start going and just mostly just using that. Oop. As I say, yep, I do have a food thing here. All right, before we head out then. Okay, those are in the wrong spot. Okay, well, we're not to that one yet. we go. Yeah, we'll deal with the what's on the different things later. All right, so out here, all right, our first titanium is this one right here. So it's 2 poor nodes, 2 normal nodes, and 1 perfect node. Means it's still going to need 2 sets of input rails for smelters. And and 10 smelters. I'm trying to remember how far I could go this way. Let's start playing the lowest point game again. All right. And then how far is it that I want to... I think I'd rather stick along this side. I don't want to go too far over. And then do I want to have them come up here or here? Like there. Okay. Let's come over here. Actually, hold on. Let's come down here first. Okay, well, now we'll lock it in. So if I were to do this, this at least gets me to this row here. Now the question is, can I take it to there? What I'm curious to find out far can I go and still be able to support for that first floor. Okay, I gotta go up 1 more. Okay, now your PU. Alright, okay. Got it. So now, how far can I take you? Okay, this will work. So this is going to be the front. And I need 10, so I'll leave 3 between each one of these and be able to go 10 wide. I think that's as far as I can go this... Well, I know I can't go this far this way, because then we impede on you. So I think this is as far as we can go. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7... Okay. That's why we gotta dip it down. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's not bad. Question is, are you going to be a problem here? Nope. Okay, we're good. We'll redo this later. But now I know I have what I want. Don't know how far I need to run these, but let's go ahead and get the rest of these blocks put in. So 3 separated there, and then up here it's going to be 4. And that's just because I've realized over time doing these that 4 and 4 ends up having blocks disappear as I update them, putting either factories or rails. And it's a pain in the ass. So it's just easier to go a 3-4 than a 4-4. 3-3 doesn't let me put anything in between them, which is a problem all of its own. Okay. Then I think I would like to go one more, because if I'm not mistaken, yeah, I need 8. Oh, geez. 18 fabricators and 4 furnaces. Yep. This is going to go back a ways. Good grief. These big factories, man. Even layering the factory things just takes up a ton of room. This is probably about as far as I'm going to be able to take this now. Okay, this side again. And we'll see if I can at least get this the whole pathway crossed. What I don't want to do is I don't want to impede on the actual node. Now at this point I am not needing the first row anymore, which is ends over there, so I'm okay having the actual floor interrupted by other things, so we're okay there. So I technically could probably even go one more, and that literally is going to be as far as I can go, I think. Yep, because now I'm running into again another node which has its own problems when it comes to trying to build these multi-story contraptions. Yep. We'll see. This is just here in case I do need to go further back. Alright, and then let's... Because a lot of these are... Unfortunately, platform and a pillar means I can't support it from here, so I'm gonna have to put in support blocks in the middle again. Not surprising, especially in areas that aren't super flat, or just in general large factories. Because even if there's a good spot that is flat, I usually tend up having to go past that and get to a point where you're back playing multi-layers again, which is what we're doing here. So there's spots where the supported platform was fine by itself as the ground level, and then a lot of spots where that's not the case. Alright, so in these spots, where it's not, which begins right here. Possible try to... Whoa. Okay, that... I hate when I do that. 2 places other than the one I want to put it in. Same thing, 3x4 on these ones. Keeps everything nice and uniform. Okay, these ones are fine at that point. At this point, they're almost all... Again, they're almost all the... gonna have to be supported. But once I got these in, then I can run the other stuff all the way up to the top. Well, at least put the pillars up to the top. I'm not going to actually put the top floor in. Okay, you are in the wrong spot. Yeah, I'm not going to put the top floor in until after I've finished routing everything on the bottom. Okay, I think I need to just put you into the wall. Yep, that looks like you want to... actually, hold on. I just remembered that's about as far as we need to go on this bottom floor. Yeah. Oh, this was extra unnecessary. I'm pretty sure I'm going to run the inputs to the smelters on that side. Just with everything going over there, I think that makes it the easiest. Alright. You guys only have to go up the one high. Again, your guys are supports. Don't need one here because it's basically supported all four sides by supported pillars. Okay. Now we start building these up 2 more high. It'll be like this all the way to the end, to the back. Because again, the second floor is going to be pretty substantial for me to be able to craft all the things I need to craft. Normally I wouldn't add, I would probably only go this far and then kind of stop at that point. But knowing how many fabricators I need, yeah, I don't think that's going to work. Oh, shoot, I wasn't even thinking about separating this. Well, actually, I still can. Because it's 3 wide, so I can actually, oh, but I needed that, I needed all of them for the 10. To see if I can squeeze one more. Try to separate this down the middle if possible. I don't want to have to do this all over again. I've had to in the past, but I'd rather not. Yeah, so I can't go this way anymore, unfortunately. Because then this has to go over the top of that. I guess I could cut it this way. I really would like to be able to cut one down the middle. Again, I would lose one of my... Dang. Yeah, I would end up losing one smelter, which I need. I mean, I guess what I could do, and it would... Well, I think that's gonna kind of have to work. Because again, if I don't do this, we're gonna have problems. So it's gonna be this spot where we put in a 1 block gap here. It probably wouldn't hurt to do like a 1 block gap over there as well. So if you're wondering why, just unfortunately the game still has issues when it comes to large connected blocks, as each one of those updates everyone around it every time something happens. And so if you have a huge spread out area like this, if it weren't separated into grids, you would start getting this horrendous amount of update lag because of it. So unfortunately, I got to try to figure out the best way of doing this. I think that's the right height. Okay, good. And that the best way usually tends to be gapping it. So having like a 1 block gap between, you know, decent sized chunks. Okay, well, let's see. First off, we need to get okay, why are you... Oh, because you're on the wrong height level. Okay, I was getting kind of concerned. Yeah, so we get to the bottom row gets done first, because that's where that's what I'm looking for. That's smelters go first, and I want to get them all routed before I do the other things. I don't know why it keeps trying to go to a different height. I said I usually just go probably about that deep here, especially if I'm doing singles, which is what we're trying to do here. If I were to basically try to do the offset on the smelters, I would need it to be a 4 wide here instead of the 3 wide, which again would require me to completely redo the entirety of this. At the moment, I think I can get away with it. I think it works the way we're doing it, so I'd rather go with that than to have to tear it all down and kind of start over. Alright, yeah, we'll just at least get you even up with the this. I still need to, where was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's right here where the gap is. Okay, and that's, I also got to get the front too. Alright, that means I still need one more of you. Even doing this, sometimes it still ends up causing stability issues. Yeah, don't know exactly how I'm going to split it up top yet. My guess is maybe here. We'll see once I get all the other stuff taken care of. It's easier when I graph things out ahead of time, but I don't usually graph out feeder bases like this. Alright. Next we put in our smelters. Output goes right up to the edge. Not over the edge, to the edge. Okay, again. 3, 4, 5, yep. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. We got to put another core up here, which I guess I should have kind of expected to come. So pretty much took out most of the stuff that I previously had. Okay, I'm going to keep an extra one on me as well. Let's stay close to here. Depending on how the local wildlife affects me, I may decide to put in some turrets here. Okay, overlap. Everything's covered. Autosave. Okay, get you at least as close as we can to the ground. Alright, back to the smelters. Okay. Now... yeah, I don't want to have things come over here, because then it kind of interferes with the that side of the base, which I'm already kind of coming up close on. So let's see... nope. Okay.
I'm detecting increased rupture activity. Prepare for a wave.
So I'm trying to work out how to set these up to get the easiest, cleanest path over to here. And I do need to get myself a path up here set up. That'll at least get me up to here. I'm still going to need to do the path that gets me up to the rest of the way. And I usually tend to do that with a fully supported platform, because then it can make it all the way up to the second floor in one shot. Gives it the extra support it needs. Head up here to watch. Oh, it's actually gonna be kind of cool. It's gonna be right there on the smelting line, so we'll be able to see all the lines coming in and feeding into those. That'll be cool. I guess that's one bonus for building a second story. I think when I do over there, which is going to actually be my mid base, I'm going to use one of the large ones again. I kind of liked how that worked out in our other area. Yeah, this one's going to be interesting in figuring out how to do this. So let's hold on. Let me... okay. All right, so again, we have, what is it, 4, 6, 8, 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 is you. She would just keep it longer. Okay, many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think, yeah, I think we're at 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. 6. Oh, come on. Cool. And then these leave a gap every 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Because the middle is no man's land. All right. Still haven't figured out how I want to split them up there. So I suppose for now I can just cover them this way for the moment. Things can change. And then we start off with that works. We'll go with the white lettering, center you, take it up to a 12. Cool. And that'll fit them in there. Again, this is only that bottom floor, which means I'm technically going to need to copy it again, minus all those. Actually, no border. Yeah, that's the bottom. So I need move that over there. Run you guys down to there. I need one more in the middle. All right, we're not going to spend too much time in here, but okay. And then again, I still may end up choose to split you down the middle, but that gives me the top, and this will be our cross up top, where we've got our smelters coming up into. Okay, all right, let's get back to here and back down. Once we get all this part done, I will have to actually start looking into that part of it, because we have a we have a bit of work to do to get this all to fit in here and to make it look good. I think I'd rather go here so I can come up and around. This would be one, and this would be another. All right, so first off, how does that look? Can I make you over the top? I put you here. Oh, come on. Let's try dislike how this part of the game works, because I have a feeling when I put you up there, you're probably going to disappear on this other one. Let's see. Okay, for once you did not. Good. Okay, so I can take you there, bring you into there. Okay. Trying to keep the height about the same, because it does sort of, it's not required, but it definitely helps to, it keeps more of a clean look if it's at the same height. Even if you're in a straight line, if it's not the same height, it'll actually start to look the whole optical illusion bit. Okay, let's try this. Same thing here. Let's lock you into place. Now, there. Okay, now we got a single. But I will still need to how many blocks is that? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15. I could go a few more blocks, so I can take it to there. But I don't. Yeah, I could. That works. Take you up to here. And then we're going to do this again, just because I like how this is actually working out. So you... I think I'm going to have you go... I normally would have the one that I have to do the most of go along the back row. Can I get you guys? Let's see how this works. Yeah, I'm going to delete you again. Okay, how do I want to... I would say the excavators are the only one that can't line up perfectly with either or, because it's offset. So it's not even down the center of like a block. It's like a third of the, or 1/3 one way, 2/3 the other. Okay. So that'll at least get you up to here. Need to it needs to be high enough to get over the top of. about the same, or is it one higher here? That looks about the same. So all that mattered is I just needed to be able to get it over the top. All right.
The Raptura is in its stable stage. The climate of Arcadia is returning to normal.
I think I'm going to have to do this. So how far... you here. You there. I would say this is not something that has to be done. It's just something that I like doing for the sanity of my own self as I make these builds. So goes to there. Goes to there. So now I can, well, let's see. You guys are going to go here. And you guys up 2. Everything connected? Almost. Cool. So, you're only going to feed these 2. You're going to 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2,
Arcadia 7 has finished
1, 2, and 1, 2. Go into there, to there, to there, and to there. And you come over. Uh-oh. Don't usually go that. Usually have them right next to each other, but I guess I changed that this time. Okay, well, it's no biggie. Well, except for I forgot to go up too high. Oh, weird. And then you... One, 2. Now you can make it over the top. And then connect straight on to the rest. And this is another one of those where, because of the height, it looks it looks like it's not a 90 degree just because of the angle I'm looking down on. Optical illusion. But then when you come over here, yep, it is still straight. Now, one of the things I do need to do I am going to let's do you first. I've got to run part of this over for the basic building blocks I want to do. And then when I go to do the wolfram, I'm going to do the same. And I'll just put the little fabricator right there off on the side, feeding into, feeding into a nice big storage so it's there when I need it. Putting those platforms in helps to make sure it stays the same height. Okay, let's get up here. And let's get them programmed. And they should start running because apparently I've already got power here. This is only as far as it goes on the bottom floor. Top floor is going to be the entire length. Alright, cool. Do you think I want to? Let's get that stairway up to the top floor. Alright, well. Let's do this first. Start here. Work our way over. Just a couple of blocks off. I'm going to run this like this is where the gap's going to be. I don't know if it is or not, and I can always extend if I need to. But I'm trying to... Actually, I need to go over one more. Yeah, because it's a 4 gap. That'll work. So for now, I am going to leave that gap there. Again, you got to do something, otherwise you end up with a very serious lag problem. And I think, well, let's try that and see how far I can get with this. It's a decent amount off. Uh-oh. Okay, we got problems there. Is it the entire length, or is it just that back row? Okay. So it's on the specific area up there. And it might be because that was the spot where I couldn't... I had to kind of halfway build it into like the cliffside there. So it's not completely shocking that it didn't quite fit. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, so this one just a tad bit off. actually go with that one instead. Now it's too high. Nope, that's still the same height. Yeah, these ones are kind of weird because the way that they sit, their footprint, and now it's just still too low. Oh my goodness. There we go. Yeah. Pretty sure I can't go. Yeah. That's as far as I can get it. Unless... I'm not going to be able to build... Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing about these here. These nodes kind of prevent you from really putting it where you want it to. That's kind of why I was... oh, there we go. I gotta play games to try to get it to... I've played this game before. It's like you have to find just the right angle to get it to pop up. Yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna accept that we can't go any further this way. I mean, it's only 2 blocks, so it's not like a huge... okay. It is what it is. Let's get everything up to the top floor. Okay. It's weird. This is gonna be the first time I don't have a road coming over. I've always had a road or a path or something coming up and over there. Having the teleporter, don't really have a requirement or need for it, so it changes how I kind of have to play this. Actually, I need to eat real fast, eat and drink. Oh, cow, yep. Got it before I taken damage. I think if I'm trying to make it so I'm not connecting like that, I'm gonna have to do it this way. Okay. Cool. Gets me up here. Give me a couple extra blocks so I don't accidentally fall off. Alright, so now we are up here. Now I need to look at numbers. And again, I still don't know if I'm going to be using the entirety of this. Wait. Hold on. Okay, you are... Okay, this is where I forgot to place the other row. Okay, there we go. Okay, now the fun part of what we're doing, unfortunately, is the fact that for every one of those inputs, it feeds 3 beams, and I need to feed a total of 6. So let's try that first, because that's going to be the biggest pain in the ass. Okay, I tend to like wanting to give myself 2 blocks. So I think I want to do it like this. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I didn't go too far into the next one. I am into the next one, but that's fine. Where's power? There. All right, let's get a couple more of you down as I go. Oh, autosave. Wait, oh, that was already there from before. Okay. That should be enough power for a little bit. Might even be enough power for the whole bit. We will see. Alright. So again, there's my 6 beams. Now I need 8 rods. And they each take 2. So this... The routing of the powers are the stuff here is going to be kind of interesting. I think it'll work. Put that in the wrong spot. 6. And how many do I need? 8. 3, 4. And then for the other one, I still need another 4. 1, 2. Two, 4, 2, 4, 6, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, 2, 4, 6, 8. And then these ones are all singles. This one's not going to be completely symmetrical by requirement, but I can probably end up using this to fit the furnaces. So that's our 4. Wait, how many? Six, 2, 4, 6. Oh, 8. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And that leaves me a little bit of space over here. And then how many furnaces do I need? 4. Ooh, what if that would take away the requirement for that? Trying to think if I should just slide these all over. Probably should. Yeah, I'm gonna move these over by one, both front and back. Because I got now one hanging over the edge. But it does not need to. Sometimes this just happens when, you know, you're just kind of on the fly. There we go. So I've got the one and one on either side. I'm just going to do the same over here. Now what I wish I could do is if I was able to somehow take off that edge over there, the one that's like really close to the habitat. Problem is I do still have this here, so I don't think I have much of a choice there. Unless, and just to make things look better, move you up to there. Okay. So, I think that gives me... Oh, I still gotta do these. It gives me the about as close as I'm gonna get symmetry-wise. And the other part is I'm not sure how I'm going to be 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. I'm not sure how I'm going to be affected by pillars and stuff. Which... Oh, these are all feeding in, and then they'll come out the back side here. Well, let's figure that out after we route everything. Because I still have to... Rods are all going to go through, but I'm only going to be left with 40 beams and 0 sheets. But, as we've been doing on all these, we're still going to have storage at the end for everything. Because what we've noticed is we're not constantly running. Oh, man. See, this is the part that really annoys me. Place a thing there, and it still places a platform down, but it no longer counts as a platform. And that is very frustrating. It ends up doing things like that. Run that to there. That goes up to there. I suppose what I could do is I could do... Because these are each requiring like a full input. The only way I can do that is to daisy chain these ones till we get over here. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And that is our sheets. And then 6 beams. Okay, yep, I do like this. Because if I'm doing the rods, they're 30 per. So each input is feeding 2. Okay, make sure my numbers are good. Okay, that's the 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. So I need you to come over here. Still gotta do this. More daisy chaining. But using these crosses, I'm still getting nice clean angles, so it still looks good. Alright, the interesting thing is going to be whether I can make the outputs. Oh, all I really have to do is this. And because they're not directly over platform, I don't have to worry about blocks disappearing. Nice. So let's go ahead and just connect those actually. And then depending on where we got to go with these, more than likely going to daisy chain these as well. But I'll get to that point here once we're done with this. So far I've got 4 of the rods. And it was 8 rods, wasn't it? Yep. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Put you here. I think that'll get us up to that next level. Again, with tier 3s, I can put up to 480 items on a single rail, so I'm not in danger of putting too much on these. 2 and 4. Cool. That will work. And then each one of these feeds 3. So you go 1, 2, 3. And you go 1, 2, 3. Alright, good. That takes care of all of our fabricators. And we still have nice... Oh, over here, there we go. Forgot you. There we go. Number 3. 1, 2, 3. Same here. 1, 2, 3. Alright, we'll get the rest of these up here as well. And then I'm going to go down and I'm going to program them after I get these all wired up. And then we'll at least have... Darn. We'll at least have the internal buffers of these filled up. While I figure out exactly how I want to set up the furnaces. Oh, come on. Yeah, how I want to set up the furnaces, because that's going to take inputs from both the sheets and the beams. Come on. Twice. And an autosave. Go. And since I have 4 furnaces at the most, having something that brings in 60, I'll be able to do all the inputs on a single line. All right. So these rods are not getting inputted into anything, so they're just going to be daisy chained together. And I think we'll put like a there we go. I guess we can go that way. And I would do it over there if I could, but I just ran out of space. Okay, so that's what's going to contain our rods. And then let's see, how do we want to do our furnaces? No idea why you're trying to do that. 2, 3, 4. Although it looks like I could. But doing it this way, I make sure that none of these are impeding on this. So I definitely think that I should probably... I am going to need a bottom floor for this part. Actually, I think I'll keep the outputs on the same floor. Another pillar down here, and let's get you fully supported. Oop. Did it one block too soon. Okay, and you're also... Yep, you're way off. Okay. Oh, so close. Actually, really close. Ooh. I don't know how close we are to a rupture, but I need to put down a cooler over here, especially if we're about to put those up there too.
I need.
Just throw us there. Wow, was I that much over? I mean, I guess it makes sense. Oh, that's what we were interfering with. Okay. Wow, and we just barely got... Yeah, we were using a lot. Can I put another one? Nope. But I could put some smaller ones here just for a little bit of extra. Yeah, I don't think I'm done. I definitely need to put some more storage yet, too. Okay. Good for now. We'll see here in a sec. It's kind of cramped and crowded here, but this is only a feeder base, not the actual base. Oh yeah. Try this again with the right height. Gets me up to there. And then I'm pretty sure I just want to cut this here. I'm probably going to want to cut some of the other one over there too, because I'm definitely not going to need all of this. Think back here. This time I want to for sure go with the if I can get it into here, then I can get rid of this whole back area. Or do this. Allow me to get rid of this part back here. Okay, get this shaved down even further as we do this. I like it. Plus, I don't like it when a lot of empty space. I'd rather use up all the space I can for or footprints. I like small footprints, so I want to use up all the space that's available and not have it go too crazy the other direction. All right, so I can take outputs can feed into that first one. It's the easiest way to get you guys. All right, you know what I think we're gonna have to do?
Ruptura activity detected. I recommend finding a safe place.
Trying to think, because I have to run the two things there. If I ran them both down, I could make it look better coming up from the bottom, which I do like more than the way I'm kind of going right now, because I'm running out of room to run all the other stuff. I still have to run the beams from all the way over there to here, plus run the outputs over to that edge there. So I think inputs coming up from under is the best way of doing this, which means I am gonna have to extend the bottom floor a little bit over here, so I can drop the outputs down, run them across, and then feed them up. And I think that'll be the best way. And then at the very end of the inputs, I can have that go on and be an input for one of our storages. That's a block in, so then the rods go one more block over, and then that goes to their input, and then the beams. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work perfectly. Just need to get the StarRupture over now, and then I can test it. Yep, just gotta wait for the rupture to be done. But it actually is looking good. I still like the uniformity.
Ruptura's core is unstable. Head to safety immediately.
It does look good this way. I think I've run all the storages run. All the manufacturers are run. So we're not overheated now, so we should be good to go. I shouldn't have to put any more of the coolers down. We should be good. And then we just need to route it. Oh, I do have one more. I still need to put the fabricator for crafting our basic building blocks. So how am I doing on those right now? Not too bad. I'm actually more hurting on the intermediate blocks. Should probably put the... Let's see, how many more of those can I make if I grab them?
Just what I need.
Okay, let's grab some more of the intermediates. Just getting nervous on where I'm sitting on the crystal block totals.
Planetary temperature
Okay.
within acceptable parameters.
That's all I have is just what's in here. Pretty much right now I'm just using them for two things. The coolers and then for the teleporters. Alright. Let's get up. Actually, no, I need to go down below first. Yeah, we gotta... And then I don't need to run the whole thing. I just need it... Oh, jeez. I just love it when I think I'm flying, when I'm not. Okay. Actually, no, I wanted it here. Oops.
I need water.
And right back down to there. want you. Good old autosave. There we go. Okay. Go. I think this is the only place I really need it to. I don't need it on the... Well, let's see. We'll find out if I do or not. Even if I do, it's still only a small section here. It's not the entire length of it. Okay. Then the whole purpose of this... Put these down here for our inputs. Okay. Now I just need to... yeah. I am going to need to do a little bit more here now. Yep. Nope. One too far. As far as I can get without putting more supports, which I should probably do. Don't want it to be uneven. Right, I think it is. Love how crazy these builds get. And again, this is only a feeder base. Should be, this next one should be interesting. Not feeder base. I got a bunch of feeder bases to do, but the next combination base should be pretty interesting. Okay, so now what I need to do is take you out. Put you there. Get all of you guys to connect this way. These run up so I know if I don't accidentally block their path. Yeah, I don't think I want you there anymore. Okay, so now comes to you. You all in front. I think I would like you guys to go in the back. It's gonna be an interesting one because this one's running this way, that one's gonna be running that way. But because I've got them feeding directly into these cross, it should still make input wise, it should still make it in. But it's going to allow me to do this in a much cleaner kind of way. Now, yeah, we are going to have to do this. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to go over that point. That's just going to be a nice little gap, but we're still good. We're still able to complete this. All right. So now I need you guys to come this way. I think it's going to have to be here. It's got to be underneath it. So we will remove you. Okay. Go to there. Okay, let's get you guys in here first. 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we're gonna go here, to here. And I might still be able to get rid of this extra spot back here. I don't think I actually need it now. Okay, good. It is routed the right way. Okay. Nope, we are going to need you still. I think this will be... Oop. I do like having things go up and come down those one high blocks. So if I have you here... Is it this one? So the way it should be, if this is going to work, I can't do it there. Where am I trying to do that at? Oh yeah, over here. It's because that's in the way. And it's going to be in the way there too. Put you here. Get rid of you first. Put you in here. Hey, saying Nikki, hey, appreciate the raid. How are you guys doing tonight? I am... Oh, oops. I'm working on a feeder base here, or attempting to work on one in my new area. Hey, appreciate the follow. What you been playing tonight? Little StarRupture yourself? I am having a great time. So basically, this is my titanium in my second area here. So I'm basically smelting it, running up top. Nice, love it. Yep, into here, into some four sets of titanium housing. Now I'm just trying to figure out how to get it all into these storages so I can forward it off over to there, which eventually is going to be the bigger base here. Actually, hold on. Hey, appreciate the follow. Was fixing up a few things around two sites, getting them working better before they come. Oh, I wish they would tell us when it is. I'm so excited. Trying to rebuild the starter base so the starter can be taken down and built into something else. So I completely leveled this world. So I've already got like all the stuff from going to the end, but I went through and manually deleted everything. So that was what I just got done doing over there. It's my first site making like all the different the basic stuff minus the helium and the sulfur, so ceramic stuff like that. And I got all that running over here. So this is the first of my bases here in the I call it the the midsection. So I got everything routed over here. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to get it up here, and I'm thinking that it would. Oof. Yeah. If I can bring it up here. Nope, not by. No, it's these stupid support pillars. Although I could use that for running stuff out. Yeah, because I only need. Hold on. And I'm building everything with, even though you probably shouldn't with these, 5x, 3x, just because I'm hoping against hope that they're going to get, that this is going to be fixed in this patch coming up. Yeah, that actually works. Because it's way easier for me to route things in from the backside and then out there, and then technically I can get rid of this whole section here. I love as small of a footprint as I can present or create is what I'm trying to do, just because I'm also trying to fight the lag. So even up here I did like the splitting, up into like multiple sections just so that everything's not connected. And then everything with crossbars so I get the nice little straight angles. Or at least as straight as the game will let you. Yeah, let me get this out of the way. So it's kind of like the way I build most of my, I call them feeder bases. What happened? Unfriendlies. Where? I don't see anything getting mucked up yet. Okay, well, apparently they're gone now. Yeah, so I've been doing what I call like a snowball kind of build. So because like on the other area over there, everything has a buffer. So even here, the titanium is going to be buffered up, and then I send it over to where it's going to be used for other stuff, and it'll feed into a buffer there. So I can actually use more than I'm crafting, is what I'm hoping. And then each base, as it gets further along, will kind of buffer up ahead, and then behind it will be a buffer, and then behind that is a buffer. So when I get to the end, I can finally, or I should be able to produce everything fairly well, because I was doing math. I don't have that one up right now. I do a lot of that stuff over here, but I was doing math, and yeah, look at this. Just to make this many of the assembler compounder, I was trying to make just one of everything, and then to balance everything out, I mean, I was getting up to like 50 fabricators, 45. So there's no way to actually sanely do this and make it actually look good. So I'm trying to fake it out. Let's You know, just by having so much backstock. I don't think you're there. Yeah, having so much backstock that I can actually craft things that technically I shouldn't be able to. But everything's only going to be what you call short term. So I only need it while I'm actually building like a specific thing. So that's kind of, I guess, where I'm betting on, is that by, again, setting everything up with excess, when I get to that point, I'll just be able to You must not be there. I have to do a save and reload to make that work. Man. And then you get these. I hope, too, that they make it so that, like that should still be a support beam. It's like sitting on there and it goes around. So I hope that that's something that they're actually working on fixing. Because, I don't know, placing that down and having things disappear is, yeah. Target things from below to be able to delete them. Okay, I can try that. Yeah, I think... Hold on, let me get over here and land real fast. I have a sneaky suspicion it's not really there. So we'll do a save and reload. Yeah, this... Yeah. So let's try this really fast. Man, it took... Deleting a world is not fun. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, deleting the world is 100% not fun. Like, I for a lot of them, I just went and, you know, had the core self-destruct, and that took a lot of the stuff out, but... Yeah. But then there were areas where I didn't want everything to go away. Yep, they're gone. Okay, let's see. Alright, so this is getting fed the housing. Trying to run everything underneath so I can have those go out. So that means I probably... If I put you here... I do a lot of stuff where I'll run things from underneath up top. And I need to stretch this out a little bit further. So for too high, if you put it directly underneath. So basically, if I come over here and remove this, and then I put you basically yep, okay, underneath it, I can come from underneath straight up and then in. I think I'll get a better angle coming from here, but dang it, I hate they're not centered, and I could center, but then it becomes so big. Yeah, so I do that for like things like this, so the inputs for the furnaces all come from underneath. So I'll route everything here to get there. In fact, here, let me... I'll show you the chaos that can be.
I'm so thirsty, my head hurts.
So this is StarRupture. I love being able to use teleporters right off the bat. So this here is basically takes everything from all of these factories over here. So actually, I think coming up here is to get me up top. So every single node in this starter zone is tapped. Titanium all the way over there, 2 things of wolfram, 2 things of calcium. Oh, was that why it dropped me earlier? Could be.
Delicious.
And then each one of those I brought in with these rails coming in. That's a starter area. Actually, there's something cool there too I can show you. But yeah, so this is all the stuff that I'm making here with everything from this entire area. And I fed them all into here. So into these, tier 2 storages. With the pretty... that's about as clean as I could make this part coming in from 2 different directions. And then I call this like the mullet. So it's like, business up front, partying below. So all the wiring and cabling and everything that's normally ugly I put down in this first floor. So that when I come and look at it from above, I don't see any of that. Everything just comes up in these little 1-block holes to the input and then immediately goes back down to the output. and I ran all of the excess from those over to here. So I got the same thing, all the basic stuff, and then inductor, ceramics, and everything as well. So then all the outputs feed into those and go up to that next base area. So each one of these is going to progressively get bigger, but it's going to start having all the harder stuff coming into it from these first bases. So I'll have like tons of inductors and stuff like that. It's my third world. Well, technically it's still my second world because like I said, I deleted part of it, but this is my third from scratch. And then the first build I did, I wasted way too much time on it, but I was trying to make something different than you would normally see. So I took like both of the wolfram and the titanium, and I was trying without walls to make something that kind of looked cool. So I ended up coming up with this. And then same thing, all the fabricate or the smelters were here feeding up into those. And then I went back down and routed them over here to come up with these for the outputs, and then again feeding into these. So every one of my feeder bases has an entire row of tier 2s for each item that's either crafted or going out. And then again, when it gets over there, it buffers them, and then on the out it buffers them. So technically I think I could really run a lot of these higher level stuff for way longer than I have inputs for, and it's just going to run until it fills up, and then it's going to stop, and then everything will kind of backfill from there. So far so good, and I'm not having any issues with lag yet, which is good, because you never know how that's going to turn out. So I've been, trying to do, with the exception of this is all interconnected, but I wanted something cool. So my last world I did, and I had so, how do I put this? It was unplayable. I use drones everywhere, and I think I probably ended up with like 40 plus receivers and transmitters and all this other stuff. Yes. So what I found out from other people kind of popping in and talking, I just assumed that having a bunch of stuff running on rails was going to be way worse, but apparently the dispatchers and receivers are actually worse than just running things on rails. So that's why I'm trying this one, is at some point I'm going to have to do some of these, because it's going to get to the point where I'm not trying to run these rails forever. But at least in these beginner areas, I figure it's just easier for me to run things. And then everything's going to backfill. That's kind of what my whole goal / plan is to have these. Ooh, nice. How far into it are you? Because I'm telling you, I love rebuilding in this game, because every time I play it, I know a little bit more, so that little bit keeps adding on to my new ideas, my new theories, and I keep trying them out and seeing how it does or does not work. And like I said, so far, my first world was garbage. But that's like, I was trying to, everything was feeding in on itself. Mostly done with all the objectives and completed the world engine area. Okay, so you're at that point where you're trying to leave your computer running for 20 hours to get one thing completed. Yeah, that's what I'm trying / fingers crossed hoping to avoid, because when I do one set of things, it should pull from all the buffers back to back to back to back to the beginning, and hopefully be enough to craft what I need, and then once it's done, it'll just start to backfill again. So that's the premise I'm working on, is that hopefully should work. Let's see. So that one went up to there. Get you up to here. We're playing a dedicated server that we pay for with a couple of our community members. Okay. So how has that been? Because I know I tried to play... okay. I tried to play multiplayer with a buddy of mine where I was hosting it, and... half the stuff for him didn't work. Like, his weapons would disappear, and... okay. We have it on a dedicated server, so it runs, but it isn't on a PC here. We pay for it, but they play with us. Yeah. So, again, when you guys get back, I'm curious to find out if it works better than hosting it. Oh, shoot. you're still going to be a problem. I need to put you guys up like this. Okay, then I can delete you from there. And I think I want you back here. And then it should allow me delete you. Yeah, there we go. That works. I can just I just want to have them all going out the same direction. Okay, and then I just need finish you up to here. Okay. So now I can put you here. Okay, you run up to here. I think this is a little better to go from here. Cool. So yeah, I was curious, because I was playing this with a buddy of mine and then hosting it on my own PC, and there were so many things that didn't work. He went off to explore, and the bugs weren't spawning for him at the POIs, and his weapons would disappear out of his hands, and it's just a bunch of weird stuff that was happening. I'm curious if that happens on the dedicated servers too, or if it's only when you're hosting it, because yeah, that's kind of the reason he hasn't played again, because it was, you know, it just wasn't working the way it was supposed to. And he's actually a software developer himself, so that was kind of like he's like, yeah, we'll play when they get more of this fixed. No kidding. Okay, that's worth looking into then. Let's see, trying to. Rods are always in need, so I'm trying to see if I can't get a little bit extra. Do you guys find yourself constantly playing with crossbars to make everything line up properly? Or is that just a me thing? I swear I've got some builds where it's like every block where it's making turns just to line up. Yes, okay. Well, you know what? It's funny. I think it's just... Yeah, it's just inherent. People that like games like this are going to be people like us that also, like... Dude, I have 3 things that have to happen on any build I make here. First off, it has to be efficient, it has to be clean, and it has to be good angles. And you know what really frustrated me? Is the large habitat. It's even on both sides. Like, why would you make something even on both sides? I don't get it. Oh, man. I built one of those in my starter area. It's like, I don't know. I had to put 2 doors. Just so I could have it symmetrical. It was it's like 7 days. It took them forever to give us odd numbered like garage doors and things. They finally did. Okay, that feeds into there. I'm about ready to... Okay, and then I can get these from here. Yeah, I'm about ready to... Hold on. Here. 7... Oh. So I've been playing 7 days for a while. But I think I might play it too much. That's what I do on my YouTube channel. It's I got a 7-day series that I've been playing. I've been streaming and YouTubing for like a little over a year now. Yeah, that's my go-to game. So yeah, I play that a lot. And probably since what, Alpha 11 or 12 or something like that is I think when I first discovered it, and have been completely addicted to it ever since. Alright, so I think... Wait, no, I don't want the output. I want the input. 3,000. Nice. And that's not including what we start. PS4. Oh my goodness. PS4. Ah. So you were, and that was back when it wasn't the same game as it was on PC. I always felt bad for people that were playing it on PC because it's like they completely were missing out on the full experience, which is unfortunate. Yeah, and then you also can't do mods, and mods are like such a big part of what's keeping 7 Days to Die going. Is like that, the modding community. Like right now, I'm playing District Zero, waiting for Undead Legacy to come out, but I'm playing District Zero, which is robots and androids and things. We found out we didn't have electricity, and PC users did. Oh, you didn't even have power yet. Oh, that's yeah. Yeah, no, it's there was, and I felt bad because it was what Telltale Games that had bought the rights for the or Iron something or other, but it was people that did Telltale Games, and then they went out of business, and I guess it took them like over a year plus for them to get the rights back. Just crazy. But I'm glad they got it now. I'm glad that that's been taken care of. Because, man, it is such a fun game. Essentially, we brought the game 3 times. Once on the PS4 and 1 each for our PCs. I'll be honest. The amount of gameplay I've gotten out of that game over the years is like... And for the fact that I bought it for $20 blows my mind compared to like the other games that are out there. You know, AAA games, and you buy it, you play it once, and then you never touch it again. But the fact that I can't tell you how many times I've started 7 Days over from scratch. And every time it's fun. I'm excited to see what their 3.0 does. Glad they got it back and have been working very hard to get consoles. Yeah. And I think that well, I mean... every company's got to make money and everything, but I think that was probably what helped a lot was the fact that I think they'd pretty much most people on PC that wanted to play already had bought it. So if they were gonna, you know, get more people involved, they were gonna have to get it over to consoles. Oh yeah, the overhauls. So for a long time, way back, I worked with the Ravenhurst mod. So I like to think that I was the voice of reason, because Jax, man, he wanted to make that game so crazy. It does, yeah. So I think, but you know, I played that. I actually, even one of some of my older things was I had a thing called Survivor's Guide to Ravenhurst. There was so many good things he had, but you know, he was one of those ones that wanted everything to be more realistic, you know, down to like the different things, and now other mod makers have kind of done the same thing, where it's got all the you know, the different workstations to make things. I don't know, it was getting to the point where I wasn't having fun going through it, and that's, I think, the biggest point in you know, any of those kind of games is if it's not fun. So unfortunately, that's kind of when I discovered other ones, and Undead Legacy is still my favorite. I've done Darkness Falls a few times, but unfortunately, it doesn't change much, is what I've noticed. Like, different versions come out, and I think he added one mob at the in the game for the latest version. So So, and I here's my big thing that I wish, and I think it's a lost opportunity. But there really isn't anyone that tries to tell a story. You know, I think that would be amazing, because I think there's a lot of possibility for, you know, lore and storytelling and things like that. Oh, that's right. There's 2 things here. There are 2 things coming off of it. Yeah, I think that would just make such a fun, if someone could actually nail that portion of it. Okay, let's see. So you go on the outside. Yeah, I like using these combiner rails. I really hope that the update that they're working on actually fixes it. 'Cause I know they're adding a bunch of other stuff, but the 2 things that, you know, that are The hardest to deal with are the updates of the blocks, you know, and having, you know, the huge lag for making a large, you know, even something like this, if I didn't cut it in pieces, would still be a major lag problem. So I hope they fix that, and then these rails. And from what I understand, they're saying that it's that's going to be a hard one or a rough one to get right. But I don't know. In my mind, that's what they should be more focused on than anything else, is these rails. Because if, you know, that's the thing about these games, right? You know, you want to be able to, you know, make these insane, crazy builds, and the only way to do them, you know, is to run them on these large rails. Because I know one of the other guys, the last storage didn't get connected to those rails you were just working on. You're right. Thank you. I connected it to the thing in the back. And I completely probably wouldn't have realized that for ever, if I ever did. Okay, shoot, I need to do 2 of these if I'm going to make this turn. Yeah, but so far they seem to be very receptive to the community. Like I said, I just, as long as they make those 2 fixes, I think anything else people are going to be okay with, you know, because it's early access, so you kind of expect some issues. But like I said, for a factory builder game, not being able to build large factories just seems. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, if you can't make large factories, I may have to shelve it until they do get it fixed. So I'm hoping that this design thing, or this premise that I'm working on, will prevent things from getting too crazy in the end. I can't wait to see what else. Did you see the video that came out today for the announcement of the DLSS? There was a lot of wildlife they showed. Like, there was a lot of stuff that they snuck into there. You know, it was for, you know, NVIDIA DLSS, but they kind of snuck some other stuff in there, which was kind of cool. Yeah, it's on the Steam, or the Steam page, if you check it out over there. It's like I said, the upcoming patch is going to include DLSS 4.5. So for people like, you know, I've got that's why I have a 4090, so I'm hoping that helps with some of the stuff. It still looks pretty. We're in the process of packing to move by the end of the month. Oh, wow. Are they just somewhere else locally, or are you making a move somewhere cross country? I'm just glad I finally got to settle down. I'm retired Navy, 22 and a half years, so trust me, I've moved a lot. Although I shouldn't say the only, one of the good things about the Navy, though, is when you had orders to move, the Navy would pay for it, and they would pay the companies, and you didn't have to do anything, so that was nice. When I retired, though, I had to do all the stuff myself. Alright, so I'm going to leave you here for now. Eventually, I want to have it come over here and connect with this line going that way. But I'll do the rest of this. I did this whole path here between streams just so it didn't... Yeah, just a couple miles. Okay. Went cross country about 4 years ago. Moved from Oklahoma to Washington State in 2021. Okay. So, I'm up in Arlington right now is where I live. I retired out of Everett. But my kids and their mom live over in Stanwood, so I was trying to find somewhere a little closer. Plus, I hate driving through Everett. There's some of the most garbage traffic around. But so are you Eastern Washington or Western Washington? 2 completely different places. Trying to think. I've never had... I got a... So kind of neighbor... Yeah. My ex-mother-in-law, which is still odd because she just got married, and I was invited to the wedding, which again, that by itself is kind of interesting. Western, okay, yeah, okay. But apparently they're going back in April, so they wanted to know if I want to go and hang out and go fishing and stuff with them. I have a very weird... shouldn't say weird, but a very unusual relationship with my ex-wife, because we are still very close and still do a lot of things together for the kids, which is cool. Oh, I need to get a heart. Okay, south of Seattle. Okay, Tacoma? Or a little further than that? Trying to think. Yeah. Yeah. That's funny. Some people, like, we tell some people it's like we actually get along better. I did have one. We get along better as exes than we probably did as married. Durian. Okay, cool. So, you guys work like any of the technical stuff? I know a lot of Boeing and things like that around here. Oh, that's right. I gotta put you down. No, I have someone that I dated for a while. I'm still friends. Yeah. I spent New Year's with her current boyfriend and his kids at my house a year and a half ago. Security. Okay, cool. My dad at one point in Texas did security for a juvenile detention facility. That was an interesting one. Okay, all right. I need to look at my numbers again. Second zone. All right, so my first titanium. All the stuff is formulas and everything over here. So all the stuff that I put in up here feeds in. Where'd my mouse go? Down to here. These are all directly connected up to there. Gives me my inputs, and then this is all what I'm using down here. So if I come in here and I want to make like 5 ceramics, it's going to adjust over there. Okay, I can't make 5 because of the sheets. Honesty, I think having parents that aren't together anymore who still get along really well is better. Yeah, because I've seen where it becomes a competition, and we've done big things. Like 2 years ago, I've got twins that are sophomores in high school, and then the oldest is a senior. So like 2 years ago, I bought them new laptops because the ones they had were just garbage. I mean, they were good for them when they were young, and it was enough to run Roblox? Yeah, but not like any of the actual big games like Call of Duty and stuff. So we ended up putting together and got them some Alienware with, I think they were 3070s at the time, which, again, ran everything that they could possibly want. And they've been playing those ever since, so it's... But it was a gift from both of us. At no point do we ever do like the big gifts coming from one or the other. So everything, the big ones and stuff, always comes from the two of us, which... Again, makes it so it's not like a competition, Probably about the only difference is I think I'm a little more free with their technology at my house, because, I mean, look what I do. And there was one point where I don't think she was happy with it, but I think we've kind of gotten to the point where it's just accepted. She still has like timers and things on their phones and whatnot, but, when they come over here, it's funny. The oldest of my twins, when I say oldest by 5 minutes, but the he's very similar to me. So we'll start playing for a while, and I'll have a break, and we'll go basically watch the new Will Jim, video, because on the weekends and stuff. And when football season, he'll watch the football with me. The twins have inherited my love of football. I haven't got them into college yet, although they are Duck fans. So am I. So we're actually looking at going down. One of my buddies that was also prior Navy is going into, wants to go together to see the Michigan game when they come up. So that's kind of one of the things we're looking at. The direction the world's going, depending on what they're doing. I said, what's funny? They both at the moment, and I would have never expected this. It kind of caught me off guard. They both, as far as a job or what they want to do, considering teaching. It blew me away. Like not that I don't think they could teach. It's just, it's funny, when you have kids that age, that would be something that was, that they wanted to actually do. We always figured there's a chance that they'd probably try to, they would join the service like us. And I keep telling them, it's like, make sure you go to school, because school's expensive, but because both their mom and I were received 100% disability coming out, our kids get free college, full rides, BAH, like a stipend for living and everything like that. So we're like, if you don't take advantage of that, that's be a travesty. So they're both looking at colleges. We'll see how close they want to stay to, home. But yeah, I think that's the fact, because before that happened, I was actually I had transferred my school benefits to them. I gave each of them like a half of them, and the rule at the time was that they had to cover their first 2 years of college, and if they were able to make it through at that point, then I would cover the last 2 years for each of them. Because usually that the fuck around time is that first year or so, and if you don't pay for it yourself, you can kind of tend to. But then, like I said, when we retired, we both got 100% permanent and total disability, which is also why I get to play games, because my social skills are very poor and lacking. My ability to tolerate people is also very poor and lacking. But for some reason, I can sit here on a computer and have great conversations when I can't do it in person. So it worked out pretty good. Yeah. They actually are pretty good with their money, for the most part, other than their insistency on buying Robux. I will never understand that game. They always try to get me to play it with them. I can't get... and it's not the blocks, because I enjoyed Minecraft. It's just something about Roblox that just... It's clunky. But they get excited whenever they come over. There's always some new update for some game that they're playing, and they'll leave their laptops running all night. All right, 60, 60, 120. So 4 smelters. All right, I lock in here. Okay, I need 4 smelters, and I need 4 fabricators and 1 furnace. This is an easy one. I've gotten pretty quick and easy on some of these feeder bases when they're really simple. So if I say we start here, it's always the biggest part is just making sure that everything can fit. Okay, so I'm looking to see if anything... So I'm okay with it falling to the ground here, because I usually only do 2 blocks wide where I'm actually running the second or the first floor. I do like these double floors here. So I think if I start here, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then work my way backwards. So this is going to be the front. Okay. So depending on the size. So if I'm doing like a small one where I've only got like say 4 smelters, I do the front here with the gap of 3, because I can put the smelters directly inside of them. When I got 4, then I've got to kind of I get a little creative. Haven't played Roblox either. I've watched others. Yeah, dude. I was happy when I talked to them about like the groomers and all the stuff that's kind of been on there, and they're pretty. They got their heads pretty good. So comes from my son, played it when he was younger. So my head is The worst part of Roblox though is the YouTubers, because they're pretty much aiming for a young audience. And they're those ones that just get like overly hyped and excited is like the best way I can put it. And I know the kids like it. It's just, it's one of those things that I don't think I'll ever understand. But that's kind of, I think, why my streams are the way they are. Because I've from the beginning, I was like, I can't, if I try to do some kind of gimmick or some weird thing, I'm not going to be able to maintain that for as long as you have to. So I was like, I'm just gonna just be myself, play some games, have some fun, meet some people. And the best part, again, because of
detecting increased activity.
My retirement on top of my disability and everything, it's like I don't have to have a job. I don't have to go out and do other things. So I'm not like dependent on making money or anything, as far as this. This is just me having fun. Like I said, meeting new people. And, slow burn. But, make it there. I think I need like 44 or 45 more subs on YouTube, and then I'll finally be able to crack that one. Sitting at like 454 or something like that. And I think I'm up to like 133 followers here. So I just have fun. We have one of our community members who was streaming oh my goodness, because of bots. Twitch stopped. Oh, so yeah, yeah. I had to put in specific words and phrases that were blocked and not able to be said because like at the beginning, all I had was these people that kept coming in trying to tell me they wanted to do art, and that I was never gonna get a seat if I did, like super pressure. So I kept looking at the specific things that they would say, and so I put all those words in to kind of block them. So I haven't really had that kind of issue anymore. I hate waiting for the ruptures. I'm in over there. Yeah. I mean, I went on like the own 3D thing, and basically put together some basic stuff of my own. Down the road somewhere, I might actually, because I know you can there's actual like reputable sites where you can go and hire people and look at what they actually do and stuff like that. It's all, I wouldn't say guaranteed, but it's for them to be on there, they have to have a good reputation. So if I ever do, that's where I'll go. I mean, for now, it's enough for what I have or what I need right now. And I did the Discord, but I had it sitting there and not being used. I just kind of put my name there. But I kept having a few people who were asking for it or wanting to show me some things and or just whatnot. So I finally opened that up. Not very busy. I think it mostly just says when I go live. But it's there. It's like all the little things, And if, like I said, it's somewhere down the road, it becomes more of a thing. Then cool. I think I did my Instagram. I did like three things of me learning guitar. Yeah, I don't get out of my house much, to be honest. And I don't interact a lot. Ours is pretty small too, with not much activity. It was slowly growing. Nice. Yeah, I've got a good group of friends that we used to play with together, and that's usually where we kind of hang out is on our group Discord, similar. And it's probably only like 12, 13 of us that are on it. But that's the way we've kept in touch because we've been. God, I was playing since I was doing Minecraft, so probably about 13, 14 years ago is when we first started hanging out and playing together. That's cool when you can actually get people that, maintain somewhat contact that long into free way to communicate. Yeah, exactly. But I keep hearing all these weird things about Discord right now, so I'm waiting to see. I'm assuming because I've had it for so long, I shouldn't have to worry about the issues of proving myself and sending ID and stuff. I get why they're doing it because kids are and things like that. It just man, I don't want to give my info. Let's see, that's good enough for there. All right, let's back. I just need you to be the same. Okay, no worries. 2, 3, 4. Yep, that's going to be on the side of the wall. Okay, I think that should be as far as I need to go. I do like it when I can completely fit the bottom floor onto supported pillars. Definitely makes for easier routing and things like that. 2 floor, 2 floor. I may not even need the back side of this. I'm probably gonna just deleting that because I only need like I think the 1 row. Wolfram is usually pretty easy. There's no combination product like titanium where you have to, you know, take two of the things it crafts and turn it into the housing. All right, let's see. I think we'll go that way. I'm gonna have this cover 2, and then whatever extra I don't need, we'll get rid of. And I think this is small enough that I shouldn't need a split. Okay, I think we're good there. So if we come over here, and we're going to take the smelters. The output will be right here on the edge of this first floor. Let's see. I need to get you routed up to here. So I think I'd like it to be right there. Alright, how are you height-wise? I like to try, if I can, to keep lines when they're running across, to keep them, try to, like, as much as I can, kind of on a level. I think that's good. Doesn't need to be that way, but I think it looks nicer when it's a nice straight shot. I think I could have gone one lower, but I think we're good. Okay. This to get it up. And then each one of the inputs. Cool. And I use a lot of these crossbars just for the ability to make complete sharp 90-degree turns. Which, again, most people that play these kind of games are the same people that are going to go nuts trying to make sure everything is lined up neat and perfectly. But as much as it can be annoying, when you get it right, feels good. That's all I'll say. When you can actually make it the way you want to. And I've got some factories, like I said, even that one right there. Again, I still think that's nice and clean. Being able to, yeah. This one I think is going to be a little bit easier. In fact, so the only one that's going to use extra, so I probably want to make sure the wolfram wire is next to the wolfram powder, because I'm going to have to share one of the inputs with that one. Okay, so back we go. Once again, we take our cross, and if the output is directly above the thing you're connecting to, it only needs a 1 block gap, which is really cool. So I could go around it like this. Again, 1 block gap, and it'll fit that anywhere, which allows you to basically, using 2 stories, you can basically take all of your wire running, put it underneath where it's kind of hidden, and I'm hoping we get walls eventually. But yeah, you can kind of hide it on the underneath, and then everything else goes above. All right, so let's see. I need, first off, a furnace. I need 3 fabricators, one of which is going to share off of you. 2, 3. So 1 furnace, 3 wire, 1 plate. Furnace, 3 wire, 1 plate. That's it? Okay, so let's get rid of you. I think that's about the best way to try to do something that's going to look halfway okay. So again, let's do it like this. So you're going to go into here, but you also need you. So I can, again, this only uses 30. So 30 will go into here, and the other 30 will come over here because you need 90. And then You guys are 30, so you're going to share one input. And then you are 60 by yourself, so you just get your own input. Alright. I will need this just so I can... put the outputs into storage buffers. So again, we'll take these. So if I put you in the... yeah, it's got to stay this way. So I'll put you in the middle. And then you over to there. 3 blocks in between each of them. Perfect. You are a direct shot into yours. Okay, I have 3 of you that are going to be connecting on this one. So I'm going to put you there, you there, you there. Take this output to there, this one to there, this one to there. Combine them all down the middle. Nope. Now you're going to this one. And then that goes into there. And then this one goes straight into there. Alright, now I gotta program it all. Ooh, I need to make access to the top as well. Okay, let's put you here. Run these to the ground. Gets me up to this point. And this should be able to get me up to the top. Cool. You are not the right height. Why are you not the right height? Because you're not the right height. Okay, that makes sense. Let's try this again, but this time let's do it in the right spot. Even though I don't have to use this often. Sometimes things will happen where something for whatever reason just stops producing like it's supposed to. And I'll still want to come over here to check it out. So it's worth it to actually give yourself access. Plus, I at least for the minimum need it so I can program. Okay, so you are plates, which is a 1-to-1. You are wire, wire, wire. And you are powder. Come over here. I love the fact that it can tell what's on the line. I don't like the fact that when you try to do that from like a 3 or 5 wide, it doesn't know what it's doing. Alright, now I need to figure out how do I want to connect you to the power right now. Let's see. Will at some point this work? I don't think so. But you will. So if I come to say here, and let's take you up to there, you up to there. All right, now everything's running. So we'll start seeing all the wolfram start coming down here. I did not. That's why we're not seeing wolfram. I didn't program the smelters. Okay, so tell them wolfram, and now they should actually start. And we'll see all the ore coming in here. Again, we're running on the tier 4 rails. Uh-oh. Why would you not let me fly? Do I have bugs around here somewhere? Those are running. Yep, and we're 40 feet. Yep, there we go. Alright, there we go. We need to disinfect. You already... Yep, I'll still do you anyway. Okay, now I should... Alright. But I do need to have those on me. I need to go grab them. I put down a core cooler.
Arcadia
Wait,
7
what?
has finished regenerating.
Not a fan. You're just like a little bit below the height of the actual block. It does that sometimes. Alright. Okay, let's come over here. I just need 100 of the crystal. And then make sure that we don't overheat. Okay, split. Split 4. Welcome back. Got everything running. Oh, come on, I thought it was there. About to put one more of these base cooler things down.
Ah, gotcha.
Yep, so I'll come over here. I do need to set up the output yet for heading over there, but yep, nice little clean, everything feeding in over there. I just love putting the smelters down below. And then on the big projects, I love being able to route cable. If you get one where you have to, the first floor's got to be on a pillar plus a support, you can actually run it on 3 levels then, which makes it even cooler. Like, use one level for inputs and another one for outputs. Uh-oh.
It hurts.
About to die of thirst again. Trying to use up all the stuff like
delicious.
this so I can actually start carrying the better stuff. Which I'm out of. I call them Cheetos. I have enough plants because this is all the plants from the first time and then from this time, so I've got a pretty decent amount of plants. So I think I'm gonna keep working these for now until I'm out of water stuff. They do look like Cheetos, yes. I've been calling them that since I started playing. But when they're in the ground, they look like carrots. I find it humorous. Okay. Alright. Do I have anything else with water? So those are all healing. I know this makes it so I don't need water, but it gives you like a ton of toxic. Okay, I think we're good there, so... remember, what is the one for the... There's a really good water one. No. Is it this one? 50? Nope. 5. There it is. Aqua Chew. 100 hydration. So that's... I need the Hydro Bulb and the Prism Herb, which I got a ton of those. Although, technically, I can just grab these and some of these. And
Great.
if Cheetos were healthy, then I'd say that maybe that's how they got their color and it's from carrots. But sadly, Cheetos aren't healthy. You know what? I'm glad they're not. I don't know what it was, but I got super hung up on the fact I was in the store one time and they had fat-free Twinkies. Yes. And I'm trying to figure out, like, what in a Twinkie is even remotely healthy. Like, why would you have a diet Twinkie? Seems like completely counterintuitive to... Hey, where's my plants? There we go. Yeah. Twinkies don't taste the same as used to. And I don't know why. I mean, everything, I guess, ingredients are constantly changing, even like sodas and stuff. I think that was why I really liked it when they had like sodas. When I lived in San Diego, you could get sodas that were made in Mexico where they actually still use sugar instead of like the stuff they use here. Completely different taste. Now, drinking sodas when you got them in the Middle East, yeah, the Diet Twinkie is the one with the spoilage ability where the original will never go bad. I know. It's like forever. You'll always have them forever. But when we were like in the Gulf, holy cow, the sodas were so weird. They didn't taste right at all. So I always was missing like the ones back from the States. But they also had this weird one. I can't even remember what it actually was. It looked like a Pepsi can. It wasn't Pepsi. And they would fill up all of our vending machines with that. You can still get the Mexico-made soda. Safeway has them. I love the bottles. I miss the bottles. I'm a big fan of like the actual glass bottles. Just make me think of, childhood. Although not all of the things that I grew up saying or the way I said things are gone. Like I still say roof when other people say roof. Just seems really weird to me. But growing up, it was pop. Somehow I was able to avoid keeping that one because that one's weird. Or what's even crazier is like the people who call everything a Coke. It's like, I want a Coke. What kind of Pepsi? Like how? I've never understood that one. Everything's a Coke. Okay, you know what? I probably should get these at least up to where those ones are, so I can keep following this path. It's going to be interesting when I get over there how to divide them up, because I'm going to have the titanium on there is only single lines, but then I'm also going to have this whole set of lines that are also going to be connected to it, so it'll be interesting how I run that. Yeah, let's see. It's always been soda for me, but then again, I'm from the South where sweet tea is a staple. When I was growing up, it was Sun Tea. And then my mom would take one of those big, 1 gallon like jars. I don't even remember what came in them or how we came up with them. But she'd take these big like giant 1 gallon jars and then would just leave it out in the sun for all day. I don't know if it actually made a difference though. Oh, I gotta go higher. Let's see. What else was... So, I grew up in Wisconsin. Like I said, so there's some parts of my accent that'll always be there, and other parts I don't. Like, my sisters have been living in Texas now, I think, for a long time. Like, they went down there for college, met their husbands, and, now they live there, raise their kids and everything. They make fun of me that I still say some of the words that we grew up saying. Wrong button. But like the sodas that I remember drinking as a kid, when we moved to Washington State, I was shocked that sweet tea isn't really a thing restaurants have here. It never occurred. But you know what's coming? They're making their way up. I think the first ones are a little bit further south, but Raising Cane's is actually in Washington, and that tea is actually pretty good. I like that tea. I like their sauce even more though. I miss that. Yeah, when not the last ship I was on, the ship prior to that was a pre-com. Oklahoma? Okay, cool. Yeah, it was a pre-com, like what they call a pre-commission ship. And so I was down in Pascagoula, not Pascagoula, that's where most of them. I was in Avondale, which is basically New Orleans, which was probably one of the coolest, I wouldn't say bases, but station it ever was. But they were everywhere down there. Like the Raising Cane's was like a huge staple, so we went there a ton. I think it was between that and Jimmy John's. How's it going, Moody? We're reminiscing about our childhood drinks and sodas and foods and stuff like that. So my ex is very much into tea, but she doesn't like the sweet. She's more, I don't know how to say it, talking foodies. Yep. Some people, dude, if it was here, I would. Like when we were in San Diego, they actually had 2 or 3 of them nearby. So it's like I would go there. I think the biggest thing that I probably find myself doing these days when it comes to San Diego up here, I'm addicted completely to Five Guys and those bags of fries. I've got my kids on it now too, though. So when they come over, well, I give them options. So it's either we get pizza and I'll buy a ton of pizza so it lasts for the whole weekend, or one McDonald's, or what's the other one? trying to think. Chick-fil-A. So I've broadened their horizons. It used to just always be McDonald's. And I'm just like, that's kind of boring. So now they've actually kind of improved their palates. So this last weekend we did Five Guys again. Oh, I love Five Guys. The joke when we were in the Navy was like, I love having Five Guys in and around my face. Just gotta love it when things sound different than what they actually are. Actually, the best Five Guys story I ever had. We were in, it wasn't Virginia Beach. It's what is the beach down in Florida? Zay and I are like that when we get Chinese and Taco Bell. We get enough for a couple meals. Yeah. I'm trying to remember what the name of that city or that beach was. So it's above Pensacola. I don't remember exactly what, but we were over there and they had like clubbing, you know, you're in the sailor and you go somewhere new, everybody goes out and gets drunk. And it was like probably 12 in the morning. We were all starving, walking around, and we turned a corner and Five Guys was open. That was the best meal I ever had. Nope, second. Main place I miss eating in Oklahoma is Johnny's Theta Burger and onion rings and the barbecue bacon Theta at the garage. I've never even heard of either of those. Is it like a local kind of place? Because I know like down in Texas, it's all about Whataburger. And when I was living in San Diego, it was all about In-N-Out. I never understood the whole In-N-Out craziness. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. It's funny too, because when I was my first actual paying job was at a Hardee's when I was probably 15. And I remember because I made a whole $3.35 an hour. And then I got to San Diego and they had, what did they call them? They weren't Hardee's. It was the exact same menu. But it was something else that they called it. I'm drawing a blank now. So yeah, you leave the place for a little bit and you completely forget. But it was the same place, same restaurant, same everything. They just called it something different. It was, to this day, I still, God, it's gonna bug me now that I can't remember. We're in the same spot. Nope, up one. Nope, gotta lock you in place. Now we go up one. There we go. It's gonna bug me. I'm gonna think about it tonight when I'm trying to get ready for bed, and it's gonna like, oh, that's what it was. But yeah, so it was interesting when I went back up north and I started seeing Hardee's again. It's also like seeing mellow yellows. Like you don't see that down here. That was definitely something that was a south thing too. Okay, I'm gonna run these wires off stream. It's good enough that I got them in place, so at least now I know where they're supposed to connect to. I still got to figure out how I want to set this up. I want to start running these things into the input of what's going to be this mega base here, just so I can plug them into yet another set of storage buffers and let them fill up while I'm building other things. But let's go ahead and pop these down, because I'm definitely going to be using these this time. The worldwide ship the Theta sauce from Johnny's. It's a burger you can't honestly pick up to eat too well because it's so big and so loaded. Oh, sounds good. Okay, I've got to remember what this one... There's a burger place in San Diego by where the old recruiting station, or the old basic station was. And it was all about bacon. So you could have a bacon cheeseburger with bacon-infused meat. Like the burger itself was bacon-infused, with bacon inside, bacon-infused ketchup, mayo, everything. They even had bacon-infused ice cream. Like it was everything you ever wanted in bacon form. And you would when you'd go there, the menu that they gave you was like this. It was like almost like homework. It was like an entire sheet with all the different options that you could check off on your burger. Never seen a place like that before. But that one was super popular when we were down there. It just unfortunately wasn't very close to where I lived, so I didn't get to go there very much. God, what was that place called? Another thing I'll remember later on tonight. That was a cool. I haven't seen that anywhere but San Diego too, though. Man. Oh, dude! And the best part, walls of TVs, sports playing all the time. So imagine like a Buffalo Wild Wings, but instead it's a burger place. Yep. Ooh. I just realized I can probably piggyback into there since that was only 3. So maybe I make that a 5, but I can also include the helium coming in. It's not a bad idea. Alright, let's see. I gotta get you up 1. And I know you can go about 20 blocks in between these. Reminds me of this old pancake house in northern Oklahoma City. Okay, see, yep. The front door had a vent that was all pure maple syrup smell. So I will tell you the one thing that I love about visiting my sisters in Texas, and that is the barbecue. Like I don't remember how far we had to drive for it, but there was this one place that we went to, and it's like, that's all you smelled was like the brisket and all the different things cooking, because they had the center of the restaurant had like this giant open pit, thing that they were cooking. So no matter where you sat in the restaurant, you were bathed in barbecue. So good. They have barbecue places here, but they're not the same. Although I understand Kansas City has a claim to it too. Texas actually is very. So I don't know why I'm just suddenly kind of on the. But the whole weird thing with chili and how whether chili has beans or doesn't have beans. I don't know. Has that ever been a thing you guys have in your places you live? 'Cause apparently that's important things, and that's worth fighting about, I guess. Oh no. I'm gonna have to drop down a bit on this one. Dang it. Misses me using our smoker to make. Was it a Traeger? I think that's the one that all my friends had with the little pellets that would go into it. Definitely had a few good meals with that. I'm going to put you here and delete you. It's a funny thing about when you're in the Navy, because you spend so much time, especially if you're a chief, because that's like a whole another level of. My ex always called it brainwashing. She didn't make chief, so didn't fully understand like that. It was like a fraternity. It was just So we would go out to houses and have like these get-togethers and do that kind of barbecuing, get stupid drunk. 3. Oh, okay, a proper smoker. Okay, nice. So is that something you made, or were you actually able to buy that? Because that sounds pretty fantastic. Never thought about the chili thing, but I'd be disappointed as hell if it did. Yeah, I'm telling you, and I forget where the other one, because we do fundraisers and stuff like because we do like chief season where everyone the ones that get selected, it's like a whole. I mean, you might as well call it a hazing process, but everything is done with reasons, and it's one of those things. But we did like a chili sale thing where everybody made chili, and it was so weird how different people's chilies were. Bought it, was pricey, but well worth it. Oh man, yeah. I mean, that something that big, it's like you definitely wouldn't want to move much. No hazing, just good. Well, and here's the thing, like it. Without going super into it, because it's one of those, you don't find out about it until you go through it. So it's like all these secrets about stuff and everything. But the one big thing is like the planning that we do for it and everything. Like there's rules set in. They have what's called marshals that are there to prevent it from getting out of hand. Because there was a time when it was crazy, and it was more of like a fraternity, like a college fraternity hazing kind of thing, and some things definitely went too far. So nowadays it's very regimented, but again, everything that's done has a lesson behind it and then a meaning. So there's nothing that's done just for the sake of humiliating. It's more of a deprogramming, I guess would be the easiest way to say it. Because it's funny because the people that the stuff we're programming is stuff that we instilled in them as first classes, and now we got to break them of it. It's kind of one of those funny things. Talking chili took me about 15 years. Oh, never could get a taste down just right. Final tried a weird item. Ended up I was missing a Hershey's chocolate bar. Oh man. Well, isn't that like a big thing? Like salty and savory, or I'm trying to remember. Like I'm not a good cook. I've never been a good cook, but I understand what a good, good food is. My ex's best friend, oh man, she can cook. Like going over there, whenever we do, it's like a thing. And they like steaks. I developed a love for steaks in the Navy that I never had before. Just melds well with many flavors. Yeah, that's awesome. The most expensive meal I had, the two most expensive meals I've ever had have both been steaks. I think when I was in San Francisco during a fleet week, so we all went in our whites and everything. There was a steakhouse there. I think it was like, we spent like $50 on the steak. But when we were in Seal Beach, which is California, it's where you basically go to get all the ammo and everything put on your ship before you go to deployment. They had a Wagyu steakhouse, and I paid $100 for a steak, and it was worth every friggin' bite. Like, that thing almost melted in your mouth. Like, I have never had a steak that good since. They gave you a sheet of paper about where your meat came from, when it was born, when it was butchered, like the day before, like everything to get there. Like, it was the most, I don't want to say ridiculous, but it was, they were very serious about that steak. All right, man, I'm moving faster than I thought I was. What do I want to do next? I guess I can go calcium. I think, where am I doing the sulfur's over here. And I gotta wait for, well, they're both right here, so I have to do this. I wish we had that, but then I also need to come down here and grab that titanium. And I think that's just mountain. So this, and then I still have this area here. Yeah, well, here, I'm gonna do this really fast just because you can kind of see what I was trying to do in the first place. And it's funny because it evolved. We'll say it evolved. That was where I kind of came up with my 2-floor idea, and the first one, that one that I did in the starter zone that looked pretty cool. The one I did in this zone, or this playthrough, not as good. And I also, I did, if you're not aware, don't make roads. I love roads in most of these games, and I made like these super long roads. And again, another thing that lagged this map really badly. So you see, like, watch how long it takes for everything to come in on this. And I think part of the problem is that I have so much stuff that I built, and this is why I kind of stopped this playthrough. I went through and did the whole Forgotten Engine in this one. But I went and I turned the power on. But before I went further, I went back to depot a bunch of stuff. And that bugged the game out. So I can never finish that quest now. And I was like, well, now that means I can't do the teleporter. I think there was a save back a little bit, but I didn't feel like going through and doing it all over again. Yeah, look how bad this lag is. And to be able to build, I had to turn power off everywhere. Oh yeah, this gets me up there. It looked cool. And I'm pretty close to my last area where I built. And you can see the spaghetti that was that one. But that's where I was, I think at the end I was making super magnets, electromagnets. So I was at that point at this base, and I'm getting ready to go to the next base. And I was at a point where I couldn't move I couldn't build. Like everything was like stop motion. Like it was so hard to play. And like I said, I went through and turned off power on the entire map to try to make it so I could actually play. All right, let's come out here. Look at that. It's like you'll start moving and then just stop. And then you like sit there for like a half a second and stop. And again, I got a good computer, so it's definitely not the computer. It's something with the game. And I think I pretty much tapped almost every node in this in the entire map. And I had them all feed into these little feeder bases. The bigger problem I have, and this is what I've been told, and I haven't been able to prove it, but it seems like it's like a consensus, is the dispatchers and receivers are horrible for lag. And every one of my central bases that I had stuff going to, I had like 15, 20 output dispatchers going, and then receivers. So I probably have 80 to 100 dispatchers and receivers on this map. And apparently that lags you more than just having a bunch of rails running, which I still don't understand. Because I figure if you got rails running, it's got to keep track of all those individual items running through. At least in my mind, that's what that makes. But I don't know. Apparently, and I'm still trying to figure out why. In my mind, it doesn't make sense for that to be the worst. Watch me run into some bugs up here. That should be fun. And another thing I noticed when I was in this one, when I was getting towards before I went back and started my current playthrough, anytime the bugs spawned, I would end up getting really bad hitch glitches like this where I would just stop moving. And I think I'd gotten up to probably about 15 seconds maybe for autosaves. Yet another thing that was just making this hard to play. But I haven't saved over this one because my hope is that when they put this patch out, that it'll fix a lot of the problems that I'm currently experiencing. And then I could go back and play this one again, because this one was so close to the end. Yeah. But this base over here, if I can get over this hill. Oh my goodness. Like, I took the all the titanium in this valley over here. There's that one off to the right here where there's some stuff on the ground, and up there I was like 6 or 7 nodes, and I combined them all. And like that feeder factory was kind of silly. It was a little big. Oh man, come on, just let me get over there. Yeah, unplayable. But like I said, fingers crossed that they will fix things and I'll be able to play it when, after the patch comes out again. Because I had fun in this world. This was my initial snowball idea. Alright, almost there. This was where I was going to build next. So I was I've already putting in the footprint for it. But off here, that valley there, which apparently a lot of people use that as their final build area, it's a really nice valley, very flat. Allowed me to build out pretty wide. So I say, what's stopping me? Oh, I think I still have power turned off. This is my world with no power turned on. All right, here we go. So this was the last base I built. Get over here so I can fly over it. Right. So I had some stuff coming in from some distant nodes that I wanted to kind of add in, so they were feeding into here with receivers and dispatchers. All the buffers I had pretty much went around here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then you can kind of see where the chaos was of bringing everything in, trying to get it even into these storage things. And then the ground was a little... Trying to... Dude, that was the hardest part, was running everything through here to get to where I wanted it. And then here as well. But the whole reason for doing that was because the top looked like that. And that's my whole idea of how I want all my factories. Is all these are inputted. It's a one block in front of and one block behind. So all the wires are below. So up top you don't see any wires running around. Yeah. So I'm getting better at running things. This one I just had so many things kind of feeding in from all around. Like you can see that one over there with all those titanium kind of feeding into here. But like I said, how many do I have there? 9 times 327. I have 30 dispatchers here alone. Hey, appreciate it, Moody. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, so like I said, you can tell I go from 160 frames to 2 frames. But I still like the way this one looked. This I think took me almost an entire week to just get everything routed and all the stuff, because like I said, the inputs and the outputs and a lot of this stuff was taking, outputs from different things here, and then eventually everything too far away. If you haven't already, look into the mod. I don't use any of the crazy mods, but I did install the one that lets you go a little further away from your body when you're using the drone. I was going to say all the different things kind of, and I also did this too. So there was like a trick to better balance your heat. So I figured out where the middle was, and I put that down here, and then I went up and put each one on a corner and made it so it just crossed over to the middle. So basically this entire thing is covered, but each section goes to a single core. So at no point is it taking everything. So I was able to use less than I normally would. I had unlocked, oh my gosh. I had unlocked the larger coolers, but I hadn't had a chance to place them yet. All right, I gotta get out of this. This is without power. Like, you should see it when the thing's running and everything's going crazy. Let me get down over here and I'll save and... But yeah, that was my last world. Let me go back to my current one. So that's what I'm trying to avoid, and that's why I'm running all these rails. Because that did not work. Unfortunately. And what's funny is you'll see how fast it loads compared to how slow it was on this world. And again, everything was tapped, so I think it's a combination of things, just the number of things that I built, plus all of the dispatcher receivers, plus large parking lots. I tried to trim them down a little bit. It's just not easy, and I wish I could put teleporters in that world too. Eventually I'm gonna have to go back and rerun the entirety. The only autosave I had that didn't kill me, that was a weird part too. All the autosaves, when I would load them, I would die. Yeah, that's so much faster. It's already loaded in. So alright, let's head over. Let's do the calcium, because I think the calcium's pretty simple too. Let me pull this up. Calcium 1, 3 nodes, 2 poor, 1 good. So I got 240 coming in, and I think I was just making sheets. Oh, that one's going to be stupid easy. And then I think we tapped 3 of the sulfurs, and that just needs to feed in. So those ones will be easy. Right now I'm giving everything their own power, because I haven't connected this with any of the other ones yet. The one on the other map over there, everything's kind of connected because they all fed into that central base. But over here, so far, no. My favorite build area, though, is over in that corner. I think it had like what, 5. It was like 5 calcium nodes, and like 3 of them were perfect. It was like it's like the best possible place ever, and it wasn't super overrun. Okay, let's do this one here. Again, this is going to be a real easy one. I think I'm just going to build it here. I want to make sure I don't impact where the big one goes. And it might actually want to come over... Well, it can't go more than here. So if I build it up here... Yeah, let's try that. I only need 4... am I locked? See, I only need 4... 4 fabricators, so we should be good there. Alright, let me get you down here. I think that's our lowest spot that I need to be able to build in. Alright, so if I start here... 1, 2, 3... Oh, this one's got... Nah, I messed it up. 1, 2, 3, one more. And that's all my fabricators. And I think I probably only need to go like 4 deep on this. So if I want this, I've got to... T. I need 2 there. Cool. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, it's 3 on the side, 4 deep. I've tried doing 4 by 4. You end up having like half of the stuff that you put down gets disappears, and it leaves giant gaping holes and stuff, so it's just not enough support. 2, 3, 4. I'm pretty sure it's about as far as I'm going to need to go. You're going to be a pain there, but I think that's fine. And because the bottom floor happens to be supported, I don't have to put support in the middle to keep that first floor supported. I hope that they do something eventually that you can kind of clip onto those. I don't know if that's something that they plan on doing, but it would sure be nice. Because, you know, they get those little, like, hooks on some of these blocks where it shows it's connecting to another block. So I know that maybe they thought about it. Too high. But just didn't actually follow through on it. So what I normally do on these is I get all the posts up so I know where everything's going to go. And then I'll run the bottom floor because I don't... It's easier to work on the build when you can actually fly above it. So as soon as I put that roof on, then I have to get inside and actually do things without being able to fly around. This should be good. Looks like I'm probably going to have to do some of the ore running into the ground. No, I think we're good. And I think, so let's pop this down. Like I said, this one's going to be very fast. Flip it around. Are you... Oh. I probably should put a core down. Okay, I want to make sure I can cover both the sulfur... 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 nodes. Jeez. Cool. And then this. What's the gap over here, by the way? Yeah, we're not even close. I could bring you over a little bit more. Let's try. I put it... I don't want to have it directly over here. So I did not mean to place you. That is definitely not going to work because it doesn't cover the... Don't know that I need all of them. And I also don't know that I actually need to have this connected here. I just like to. Okay, I went way farther than I needed to, so I can... Let's try right here. I think we're still good there. Actually, I probably could get that one. I think we're close enough, so I'm happy with that. So let's put you there. Now I can build. And I'm going to need a bunch over there, but I like to overlap as much as possible, because I've had builds where it's like I can't build, or I can't put another one because it's like the gap is 3 blocks or something, and so it won't let you do it. Please let me. Oh my god! Gotta be kidding. Okay, so I got to move you just a hair. Which is fine. Okay, now can I place you? I should be able to. I don't know how much of it has to be covered, but I've noticed that the white isn't part of the build area. So at this point, I wouldn't be able to build. It's interesting how it decides what is and what isn't considered to be part of the build area. So let's come over here. Put you there. Let's get the right height because I want to make sure the other one's the same. And this should be able to get over the block, but I think I'll go up one more just to be sure. Okay, are you lined up here? You are, but you are not lined up there. Okay, and then to get you even. Okay, that's good. Except I didn't place it. I do that often. I always forget to actually click it. Alright, and then... I think that works. How close are you to level? That's actually good. Cool. And then I just come over here. How close are you to level? You might actually be... Wait, you didn't stay. Right? Yep. Do I need to... That's actually perfect. Okay, that works. So we'll pop you guys in. And we'll run all of our wires. Yeah, I love these cross support posts. There's no way I would be able to get the clean angles if we didn't have this. And I'd be okay with 90 degrees if they were like Satisfactory 90 degrees. Right now, if you try to cut a quarter, unless it's like a 1 and then 1, which I think is a problem we used to have with Satisfactory as well, it bulges, and it'll actually prevent you from running it'll actually bulge into like an adjacent block and prevent you from being able to wire there. And believe me, when you're doing the crazy rat's nest that is the underground of those big factories, that matters, unfortunately. Alright, let's get the top up. I don't think I need the entirety of this, but I usually go bigger than I need and then cut away what I don't, just to be safe. Goes there. So out of curiosity, I recently started watching something that I don't know why I never did before, because it is so up my alley. Big Bang Theory. I don't know why it took me so long to actually sit down and watch it. I'm like halfway through season 8 now. I binge the hell out of it all. I stream, and then when I'm done streaming, I go downstairs, sit on my recliner, and I watch Big Bang Theory. So good. Calcium, right? The only one. So, all right, it's just 4 fabricators. Jeez, this is beyond easy. Yeah, it's funny because I see so many things in the characters that I actually see in myself, my son, and a couple other people I knew in the Navy. We always kind of joked that the ASVAB, it's like the placement test the military gives you to see how. I wouldn't say it's how smart you are because it really doesn't measure intelligence based off of school. Which is the funny part because I I did very little college. Like I think I did a couple community college classes, and yeah, that's about it. But I ended up scoring as high as you can score because it's it's weird because it doesn't, like I said, it doesn't test your, like, say your knowledge of math and geometry and those things. It's a lot of problem solving, a lot of pattern things, and the joke became like that the ASVAB was more of a test to see where you were on the spectrum. And then the rating that I was in some other similar ratings, where you were required to have high ASVAB scores, it was basically we were all somewhere on the scale, on the spectrum. And I can tell you there was some people I worked with that were very high on the spectrum, we'll say. And it's like I could see my son in it, like a lot, which is kind of, I'd say, interesting. 'Cause, we found out very early on that my oldest, severe ADHD, I forget what they call some specific form of autism, but dude, he's such a bright kid, and like no problems now. He's actually finishing out, like I said, his senior in high school. No longer part of like any special, because when he was younger, he had to do some of the more special or extra help kind of classes, and then he kind of overcame that. So like I said, I understand now more than ever that it doesn't really stop you from being able to do anything. So, and it's funny too because I could see it in everybody, but I never saw it in me. And until it was finally pointed out, and it's like it just cracked me up because as soon as I started looking at the, wouldn't call it like the signs, but some of the different symptoms of people that are neurodivergent and things like that, and I couldn't believe how many of them hit home with me, which is kind of funny. So, what's up, Chico? My kitty. Yeah, we finally coming around for some loving. He's an indoor-outdoor cat, so I usually leave the door open for him for outside, and he'll go out and do his thing, and then eventually he comes up, and he'll chill with me and curl up, and it's funny too, because sometimes I will close my door, especially if I'm doing like YouTube videos, because I don't want him to interrupt him, and I had put a box outside. I got a new monitor, and I threw an old blanket in there. That's now his favorite place. He'll just curl up right outside the door and just wait for me to come out, follow me downstairs. And the funny part is, he came with my house. The owners were moving to Spain, and they were trying to figure out what to do with the cat, and they actually offered and asked if I wanted, or if I would take care of the cat, and I was like, I can have a pet without a pet deposit? Sure. And I've had him now for over a year. He's my buddy. It's funny. He lets me know when my schedule's off because he knows when I'm supposed to come downstairs and chill out on my recliner. And he'll come over first. He'll get a little little scratching and whatnot, and then he comes up and just lays on my chest for about 10 minutes, and then he gets up, and that's it. He got what he wanted out of me, and he's off to do his other things.
I recommend finding a safe place.
Was I doing wire, correct? No, I'm not. I am doing sheets. And I should probably put down a habitat. Yeah, doing here yet. Yeah, he's a good kitty. I would like it to be the same height, but it doesn't want to. You're only temporary anyway. I tend to leave these all over the place just so when I'm out doing whatever I can hide out if I need to. Ooh, question. If you knew about this. So you know how if you have a window like here, if you try to place something else, it won't go against the wall. You have to kind of put it out in the middle. But if you take it, put it against the wall, and then use the copy and put it behind it, you can actually put a window behind it. And it'll stay stuck in the wall. Someone showed me that, and I was like, oh, lifesaver, because now I can... See, I can't put him there, but I can stick him there, copy it, and then... Animals teach themselves some pretty amazing things. We have 2 cats that are a bonded pair, but both have taught themselves different ways to help me with my anxiety, depression, PTSD, and severe insomnia. He definitely, I understand that like 100%. Like he is like the calming. Like I said, that's my end of the night. You know, just chilling and hanging out because my kids come over. Like probably like every other weekend, sometimes, you know, a few weekends in a row, so they'll come hang out. But the rest of the time, it's just me. I wake up, I get on my computer, do some recording, do some editing, wait for 8 o'clock, jump on here and stream, and then I go down and just chill out and sit on my, my recliner, either watch YouTube or some shows. Like I said, they just come hang out with me, and having someone around is amazing. Dude, I'm telling you, some of these things, they don't tell you this stuff. Like I said, it's so cool to be able to kind of do that. I'm trying to remember some of the other... Most of the tips that I know is because people would come into the stream and go, hey, did you know this? I'm like, no, that's pretty cool. Apparently there's another way to make floating rails. First off, I think that would look terrible, but I can understand why they would want to do it. But it had to do with like putting them up on and then deleting underneath. There's some weird thing that caused it to glitch. But if you updated the block by putting anything else next to it, it would immediately disappear. So it wasn't like a permanent thing. It was just kind of one of those little tricks or bugs, I guess. It's like Minecraft. Remember, like a lot of the redstone stuff in Minecraft that people use were considered bugs until they became a feature. Like the old original bud blocks and things like that. Oh, I thought you had just turned. You did just turn. Okay.
Planetary temperature within.
All right, we are almost done here. I just need to program everything, I believe. And I think we did. Yeah, we did the smelters. I put them for calcium. Oh, that's right. I need to list these as calcite sheets. I think I did this one. Right? Yep. Just need to do the other ones. Like I said, this is probably one of the easier ones to do because it's just 4 smelters into 4 fabricators into 1 storage. And I think all I need to do is put a power down there and this will start producing. And again, everything is just, while I do other stuff, it just keeps, you know, adding to my growing list of, or not growing list, my growing... What is it a growing? It's like... Okay, you're in the way. Network. There we go. My growing network of items that that'll start feeding forward. Okay. It's always my favorite part too, is as soon as I connect to the power to watch everything start going in. Goes into all those and watch them coming up and feeding in. Yeah. I think the biggest thing that's making this more enjoyable, this playthrough here, is the fact that I've got the tier 3 rails. That's so cool. All right, here's another cool thing. Let me wait for these to stop. So, you know, if you harvest these, you don't get the star fruit thing because it actually uses these as the spawning node. But if you wait for them to turn to the star things right afterwards, you can pick it and then you can still mine it, so you can get both out of it. But it's like just for a small amount of time. Actually, I need to go find some caves to do because I need more crystals. Just waiting. I think it. Nah, I won't do it right now. I need some more crystals. But yeah, you can try that. You just wait for it to, right when they said like the everything is balanced out or turning to normal, then you zap it and you get both.
Yeehaw, I got snake eyes.
Hey, Awesome TV, appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. Where? Oh yeah, caves. My ooh squirrel moments. Does anyone remember what movie that was from? Oh, 100% try it. Yeah, I said you got to get it at the right moment, but yeah, it's a kind of a cool way to get both. You know, you can still get the star without, you know,
That's a snack.
and get the I forget what it's called, but I know it's needed for the upgrades for the cores, which I haven't actually upgraded any cores yet. These things growing back takes forever. I thought I hadn't done these for a while. And you know, if you're coming out of here and it starts to grow back, you can shoot that right there and it'll let you through. This is another cool thing. Ooh, are these about to... Where am I going next? I think the closest is going to be up there. Yeah, by that one. I keep saying I want to wait, but then if I wait, I'm going to miss out on the cave. Maybe I'll find one on the way. Yeah, on my other world, this is like the absolute worst time for the game for me, because as the entire world is slowly, you know, changing and upgrading, it does that on top of all the other stuff that I'm already struggling with, and it just slows to a crawl. And even worse, oh, I never picked him up. And even worse if, like, you know, you already have leg. I haven't grabbed those in a while. Seen all. I'm telling you, ooh, squirrel.
Come here.
I think this is one of the things I'm actually short of right now, as far as for learning some new recipes or making some specific types of foods. For a while, I was using the thing that made it so you weren't hungry for an hour, and the other one that you weren't thirsty for an hour. It just almost filled you up 100% with toxicity. So I'm just back to food because I have so many different plants. Alright. I think the cave is right there, this way. I think it's up on that ridge. Which means I gotta go this way. Yeah, I think it's up on the top of that ridge there. That's probably the last one I'll be able to get here before it returns back to normal. Trying to think what else. I think I need to go just further down. There's that big titanium node. Jeez. Tomorrow night I might actually be building that large base. That's kind of crazy. I'm definitely moving through here quicker. Like I said, I think the muscle memory on building these feeders is going faster. Okay, I'm going to lurch so I can get some stuff done. Hope the rest of your stream is amazing. Hey, no, I appreciate it. Thanks for coming out. Appreciate it. I think that's the most fun is when, I get to interact with people, come hang out and stuff. Those are my favorite streams. I don't get as much done, but I'm okay with that. All right. Always it tells me I can use the flashlight. Yes, I know I can use the flashlight. Ooh, this is a good one. I'm out of these right now. I think I have like 190 of the crystal building blocks. I don't know what the ratio. It's like a 1 of these to like 20 of the. Is that a lot? Of the advanced. So each getting a haul like this of 30 is pretty good.
Come here.
Can I get up here? There we go. I suppose I should vent
That's
that.
a snack. Acquired.
Cool. There's one more that's close by. I might be able to get to. And it is to my left. I think following along the outside of this hill here. Yep. So I'm gonna be busy either tonight or tomorrow. I think I've already mapped out what I want to make. No, I haven't. Dude, I'm gonna be really busy then. So with the spreadsheet I made, it allows me to figure everything out because I tell it all the inputs that are coming in, and then I can basically add in different things, have it tell me how much of what I have left. So it allows me to try as much as I can to utilize everything coming in. And then I always have a little bit left over. And what I've kind of gotten into now is I intentionally, like I said, put everything with buffers. And because of that, I end up having even something where maybe I didn't have any of that item coming through. And because I still put them in those little storage buffers, I still feed them forward. So I've been doing pretty good on that. Like I think it's some place I didn't have any sheets because I was making the housings for titanium. But once I'm done making titanium, I've got a buffer that's just sitting there full of the sheets. So I've been I send it forward, so it's working pretty good. Like I said, kind of like that snowball effect. Let's see if we can find one of those star things. I think this is about the right time to do it. This is usually the kind of train you'd see them on. Yep, the greenery starting. Wait, didn't I already do that over here? Oh, it must have been a different one. Yeah, I'll grab some more of these.
Come here. That's a
There's
snack.
another thing I haven't done. There's a drone there I never picked up.
Acquired.
A little more knowledge. I see on the Reddits and stuff that there's a lot of people that are basically banking a whole bunch of knowledge so that as soon as the update comes, like they got millions. So as soon as the update comes, they can just go unlock some stuff. But I think the way they're doing it is by hordes. So they upgrade and fight the hordes and, go to different places, upgrade, fight the hordes. All right, let's see if... I thought that was one of them. Can't believe I haven't found any yet. I'm hoping to get it before it wears off. There we go. So let's see if I can do it here. There it is. Stars plus Ignitium. So you just got to catch it at that right point. It's like here before everything's finished. But you can grab both. So between tonight and tomorrow, I'm also going to have to really map out the... because normally... we're here. So like... Wait, where's that at? There we go. So this is that base back over there. So I'll usually plan them out by space-wise. Makes it easier for me to see. So like the storage coming in, all the different fabricators, and I try to keep them grouped up so it's easier to run the same inputs to them. And then everything going out there. So I still have to do that for this area here based on all the stuff coming in plus a little extra. Like I said, I think I'm going to do it over there, but I still need to... This nasty stuff. I should have known better than to do that. But I figure out what the dimensions of where I want to build it. Yep, I can't get down there. Yeah, figure out what the dimensions are, put it up on the graph paper, add in all the things I'm making, because what that'll be is this one. So second zone here, I've already got all the stuff coming in. So I just got to figure out what it is I want to make based off of right now. This is what's coming out. And it's going to be more than that because I have the buffers. But like I can make sulfuric acid now, which is going to probably put me in a negative on chemicals. Yep. So then I got to come up for chemicals, and it says I am a negative. Oh, my glasses. 450. Okay, so I only make 60 at a time. So let's say I make 7. That should get me close. and everything starts to add up. So it becomes like this thing. So obviously I don't have enough to make 2. So if I make 1 and then come over here, because I don't think I need that many chemicals now. And yeah, I'm overdone by there. So if I make that, say 3, so it becomes like a balancing game of stuff, and it's kind of fun, but it helps me figure out. So this is what I did for that zone here. So I made all these you know, this many, you know, inductors, ceramics, rotors, and a little bit negative on a couple of these. But again, because I use buffers, you know, I still have, and there's going to be a surplus coming out again because eventually all these are filled up. They're going into storage, and once they're done, all of these inputs start to fill in the storage. So that's, again, my theory is that with enough buffers and stuff on the way to endgame, I should hopefully be able to craft things, even though I don't have enough nodes to properly craft it right now. So tonight I got to go through. I'm going to have to destroy that, you know, or not destroy, but build over the top so it no longer works. The last time I think I did it over here for this zone. The problem that I ran into, and this is an interesting one. So let's see if I pulled this out again just so I can see. So this zone here, right? I had a road that was coming over to here, and then it dropped in maybe there. But this, I would say probably from here over, it wouldn't let you mass layout blocks. So I had to one at a time place every single block that was close to here. So I'm trying to avoid that this time. I'd rather move it over to this place. I mean, there is still that spot. But it's going to be a pretty big... first off, though, I got to figure out exactly how much I'm planning on making, because that'll determine the size that I need to do. I got some vermin that are coming around. There they are. Oh, there's a bunch of them. Come on. At least there's none of those stupid green guys. On that other world, this was so difficult. Imagine like every 2 or 3, you know, seconds it would just kind of freeze up, and then when it unfroze, they're like on top of you. Ugh. All right, let's get this disinfected. I think I want to go up to that titanium node and get that built up. I don't think how... Somewhere on my desktop I took a picture. Hold on, let me see if I can pull that up here real fast. I don't think it's that one. Oh, was it my thumbnails possibly? I have so many things saved in images and whatnot. YouTube is a full-time job. Okay, what on earth? I had it set up where I was showing where I was going to be doing things on there, but I can at least... This is the one that I did, so that the map that we went into, this was where I was going to do stuff next. So I kind of pulled up the map. I went through and identified what the nodes were that kind of went with the spreadsheet, so I could actually see where I was trying to grab things from and build. And that was where I was going to build the base. I have one for this area too. I do a whole lot of planning and formulating and trying to make things fit as easily and as clean as I possibly can. Like I said, you know, the goal for all my builds is for it to be efficient, clean, and OCD friendly. Because I know it's not just me. I think I had 2 things that I built on my last streaming playthrough where I had to completely tear everything down because I was just a little bit off. And I thought I could deal with it. I thought I could handle it.
That's a snack.
And 10 minutes later, I'm tearing the whole thing down. So I'm a little more careful on stuff. These feeder bases, unfortunately, they're not really worth doing that much of an effort on, like the pre-plan. So I usually just build them, call them good, run the materials. Wait, do I have any more hearts? I don't. So let me go grab that one. Where's my... Oh, shoot. Oh, wrong gun. I'm trying to think. Is it up here? Is that why I'm not finding it right now? Must be over this hill here. I know it's back here somewhere. There it is. Coming a lot further back than I remembered. don't think there's anything over there that I can... There's no nodes to tap there. Yeah, no, it's just this right here. Oh, and I still need... Oh, I just had a rupture and I forgot to put down the sulfur. I probably should have like 2 of the helium things, so like total of like 4. Because they got... I already have this one tapped, but I should probably tap both of these to feed in, because I need that to make the chemicals for the sulfuric acid, and the sooner I can get those built up, the better. Okay, so I think this is... Come back up. I think I have, what, 4 titaniums. So I think this is 2. So it looks like we have 2 poor, 2 normal, so I need 6 smelters. Okay, where are we going to build this? I just talked about... Oh, because right as I was about to get the heart, that's when I got attacked. Yeah, I need the heart so I can put down the core so I can build. He just... I don't know if you can see that, but he's... That's like one of the silliest poses I've seen him in. Alright. Just need to make sure I capture all of this. I don't think anything else really... That wasn't what I was trying to do. I mean, I guess it covers. No, it does not. Yep. I gotta delete you and move you. It's trying to hit the, I think the T that'll... Oh. Where'd you come from? That would explain why I couldn't fly. And it still won't let me fly, so they must be nearby. It should be close enough. I hear you. There you are. Alright, that... Can I fly? I can't. Oh, because he's over there. Yeah, the shotgun has its moments. Ooh. I do prefer the rifle just because the scope helps me at least zone in, or
No more
not zone in, but target them better. Okay, can I actually fly again? No. There's still somebody hanging around. But I don't see where. Okay, now we can fly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, are you all covered? Okay, good. We are. All right, let's go straight to extractors. 'Cause I think I want to build this way. What all am I building? Site 2. So I need 4 fabricators for titanium, 3, 4, and the housing. Okay, this one's going to be a little bit more, so I'll do the 6 side by side. That way I have a little bit of extra room in the back, because I'm going to have to craft the all the materials, plus then put some furnaces down for the titanium. Okay. I think I'm trying to... Do I want to go this way or this way? So usually what I'll do for these is I got to find the lowest point that I might have to place these, and that's what I'll lock in. And then I got to see if I can get up and over that. Or I could go this way. Okay, this is all fine here. And it's okay for that to go a little higher. Okay, so... Let's see if I started here. So I can kind of see it. Wait, where'd you go? Let me put a post down so I can actually... There we go. Interesting. Alright, so now if I take you... Come on. There we go. Copy that. 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, I still need you. Is that this? figure that is that. Okay, that is that size. All right, good, good. This is an interesting slope, so this one's going to be a very interesting build to get it right. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5. Okay. I think I'm going to run all the ore to here. It's going to have to be the first floor is going to have to be up 1, so I'm going to have to put in supports for this one. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. What do I have so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And these are all going to have... So this will be our main floor, which should allow us to go as far as I need to. 1, 2, 3, 4. Be the same height. Looks like it. Okay. Back to here. We're still locked. We are not. Alright, now we gotta... As long as... Because these are... I'm not doing the offset, so we're okay with the... Alright, so... what was I saying? Yeah, so it doesn't have to be super big. When, if I were to have any more, so like, 10, 12 smelters, I would have to switch it up. So one would be directly in the middle and the other one's kind of off by a little bit, but it's got a straight line through. So I'm still able to feed everything I need to. Oh boy. That works. Did I get all 6? I think I did. Like I said, this one's going to get a little creative on the tall side here. Oof. What the heck? There's another building there. All right, let's see about this. So at least get everything up to ground height. You guys are all buried. So this is like that first floor. And did I basically already put you there? Okay. Oh, nope. I wanted T. Nope, you're off by 1. I think that's the right height. It is. Good. So now what I need to do here, I need to go up and then get that locked in. Okay, so that goes here, and then we'll go back 1 more, I think. Like I said, because with the, unfortunately with the titanium housing, we're going to need a little bit further space in the back. Okay. So let's see, we're going to go these 2 spots here. So this is where I have to put in the support because we're not building on the supported platform. So we'll do this. We're going to bring this all the way across. And then up here. And that should be enough. Wait. Oh, there it is. Still need to put another block on those. Once I get these, then I'll put the pillars for the second floor and all the other ones. Alright, so first off, let's get the support pillars up. You're already the right height. Okay. Then we got 2 on these. This one is a little more complicated simply because of the terrain. But even with the terrain, we're still able to kind of get what we need. going to be a little spot back here where we're really not going to be able to build much. Oh, stop, stop, stop. Please let me get you. Alright, well, you're small, so I can't see you. Okay, why are you off by a block? Oh no, I need you up that high. You're supposed to be there. There we go. Get rid of you. It's ironic that the thing that takes the longest on these builds is setting up the platform, not actually routing all of the machines and stuff. Once I get the platform in, the smelters are real quick. Everything comes up top. I've done a few where I've made a lot of housing, so I kind of know how to make it fit. It's just going to be a separate off place, so unfortunately it doesn't look as clean as if it was just one item or single items being crafted, but it still looks good enough. Okay, actually, that's all I need for here. Let's actually go from here. Do a little bit. Actually, I can go here now. Once I get to the point where it's supported pillars. Technically, I probably didn't actually need the support back here. Yep, there we go. Yeah, I don't think I need to go further on these ones. Again, we're only doing single wide on the smelters. I don't think I've had to do a double wide smelter yet tonight. It's actually been all pretty easy. Alright, smelters go in. Yeah, we put the output right on the edge of the platform here. Alright, let's get the excavators installed. Okay, so how much did we have again? 360. I can run that on a single rail, which is good. So you're obviously going to be coming this way. I think I want you to go that way and come over here. You guys can all connect here. I think. It's going to take a little bit of a cross magic. Okay, I think I want to put a platform here. I'm surprised I never did this before. Like, it's platforms, I think, actually really... Oh, we gotta go for one more. It's also one of my favorite things in this game is the fact that how far out that goes to show you where the connections are. Really enjoy that. Okay, this one now is going to go to here, get it as far as we can. Actually, are you the same height? You are not, because you can't be. Okay, well, we'll just have to make the height of the cross a little different so it does match up. Okay, so... Right. Dang it. Didn't want to have to do that. Actually, that doesn't help either. I need a blank spot to put you off the edge. Okay. That's okay. And that shouldn't be too hard to get you leveled. Perfect. Alright, and then let's get more platforms. We're going to come down to there. Come up. Close as that's close. And we'll repeat over here. I think you can... Yep, perfect. And again, here. Cross up top here. I need to do it over there too. And then we actually can connect all of the outputs into one single line. So you go down to here. Come over to there. there. Bring it down to here. Over to here. Actually, I think I want to do the other way around on this one. Let's have you connect to there. Now I just need to get you down to here. You here. Need to get it to match up to here as high as it can. I don't know why it said it wasn't connecting with the ground. Okay, there we go. And I think I just need to make that connection now. Actually, let's get this lined up too. Cool. Think we've got this run. Lock that. Goes to there. Goes to there. Oh, nope. One mistake. Are you going too quick? Making mistakes. Easy fixes though. Okay, back to here. There. There. Let's finish routing you. You come from up here. And again, the whole purpose of all this is I just like clean, right angles for all my rails going through. Okay, and then you come into the back. Continue our daisy chain. And once I get to this point, top goes on. And we put in the fabricators. The part I don't like about the titanium builds is the fact that the beams only take 20 per minute. So because of the way that I have everything going up, depending on how many beams I'm making, it starts to kind of overlap. So there's a lot of extra running of these cross things. All right, let me at least get these programmed while I'm here thinking about it before we put the top on. Okay, so we'll... no, titanium. I know it's titanium. There we go. And then after this, we put the top on. I always kind of forget this, and then when I put power, I'm waiting for everything to happen, and then I realize I just never programmed it. Okay, let's see. Let's get the top put on now. And I have a feeling I'm going to have to use every single bit of the range I have here. Simply because of the titanium housing. That's the one big problem with these builds. Okay, so I'll take you all the way back to here. Some of you are going to go inside the rock formation, but I'm hoping that this is enough space. It should be. Usually the problem is when I have to do the offsets, again, because it takes extra space on the backside. Okay, let's go ahead and get our connection for the roof, or the roof up. Not really a roof. Okay, and feed up to here. And usually it's a matter, especially if there's ones that use weird amounts, to try to plan them specifically. So look at this one here. 840 coming. It's going to be 14 fabricators, 12. I'm not making any. That one's going to be crazy. All right. But we're back to here, 360. So I need 4 rods, which will take up 2 3 beams. That's not bad. And then 3 sheets, which are even. 4, 5, 10. And I've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're going to have to offset. So the first ones would be, call it the, I like giving extra space, but I think in this one I need to go a little bit tighter to make sure I have room for the housing. All right, try this again. I'm going to give it like a 1. Nope, I got to give it 2 blocks here, but I can go straight up there. I think that gives me some space. Oh. Okay, that's, again, so 4 and 3. Okay, so this will be all of the rods, which actually fits pretty well. Sheets, I only needed 3, so I think that's the way to do this. So I'm going to do the 1, 2, 3 here, and that's going to fit over there. This is when it gets kind of a little silly. Okay, so then I need what, 3 of these, right? Yep, 3. Okay, actually that didn't go so bad. All right, let's get these fed. Again, we'll have to take, for some of these, we'll have to take a bit of extra. Okay, that's going to feed the 2 of you. That'll feed the 2 of you. You guys are straight in. And I was doing 3, so you have to. We're going to come over here. No, I think I need to... Oh! That's... I don't need to do any of that. I can just connect the this to that. So then I just need to make sure... Okay. So the first thing we got to do is this one, so I need 1 more. So this rail is feeding 3 beams. Here, 1, 2, you went in the wrong one. Try that again. Okay, 3. So that's my beams. Now what I can do is I can bring you over to here. Bring you over to here. And then we'll take all of our inputs for the sheets. It should be 3 feeding into 3. 1, 2. Oh, I already did it. Yep, there's those 3. And then you're feeding each one of these feeds 2. And I'm probably going to need to do some under the first or under the top floor gymnastics here as well, so I can get the outputs to the housing, and then I got to figure out where I want to put my, which is probably going to be over here, the output for the buffer. Okay, so the initial part is all wired up. I still need to program them, but it's actually going to be a little simpler than I was actually expecting. So let's grab the furnace. It is, how many furnaces? It's 2. I think I would have preferred if it were 3. There we go. So I can put... So what if I put you there? And you there. How much room do I have underneath here? If I put you down there, I might have to... I need to drop it a little bit. If it were exactly the 2 floors below, this actually, I don't have to do any work. It just automatically is in the right position for this. So I think that's low enough to connect. There we go. And we're gonna have to drop the sheets and the beams down to come over here for the inputs. Okay, good. And then, how do I want to connect these ones? It's got to be this way. One, two. I go a little over the side. I'd rather not have it behind the fabricator. Okay, how far this way can I go? Oh, perfect. That's more than enough. Yeah, let's just go ahead and run you the rest of the way. Oh, look how it fit right over there with that too. Happy little accidents. Okay, so again, normally I just run this back down a one high hole, but this area here is not very conducive to that. Okay, so we'll connect you to there. Alright, now let's place you guys down. Oh, I need 4 of these. Okay, I need to move you again. Alright, that should be fine. Oh, man. Let's see if I can just place it on its own first. I can. Alright, so I think what I need to do is I need this pillar height. And we're just going to have to add in a little bit more depth on this than I originally wanted. If I put you down, I don't think any of you fit. There we go. It may not let me, yeah, because of that. Okay, that's fine. I'm good there. Okay, output to output. Let's try that again. Okay, there we go. And I think I probably might as well just take this to the far one. Okay. Rods. These are rods, right? Yep. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh, come on. So close. So close. One more over. I really wish there were times that I didn't care. Okay, let's get you back up for a little extra support. We can make it act like it's protecting that. Okay, need to move this over one as well. Or more than one. Take it as far as it can go. That's where our first one's going to center on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Now this one can make it. Technically, I just make you the first. Down. Get you all. Ah, nope, not there. Let's try this again. And this, I'm just going to the first one. Okay, so 2 of you. You're about to be routed. One of the things I have to make at this large base down here when I get to it is I need the advanced building blocks. Okay. First off, we need to gather all this. Okay, So this is our sheets. And this is... Okay. Oh, that was a support. But at least it didn't affect anything, I don't think. Okay, let's get you down here. I need to get up a bit, I think, on this one. Okay, let's see. Does this connect? Is it too... Okay, too low. Let's go ahead and extend our supported platform. I should probably be able to... Okay, where do I need you? Okay, right there. And that means I need another one there. Put you on it. Now, oh. Oops. Try that again, but only this time we'll put it here. Now I should, and I've basically taken the outputs of both sheets and beams because I'm only producing 1680, so more than enough can pass along on this. And then the output of those can also be fed up to top then. All right, so first off, I need to feed you and you. Where? Oh gosh, darn it. Okay. Okay, that's. Damn. Can I get over here? And then I need you to be across. Yeah, that's what happens when the ground's too nearby. Okay, can I make you? That's the first question. Rocks in the way. Okay, that's fine. Oop. Okay, so I think I need you a little taller. I should put it in and then make sure that it actually can connect here before I go too crazy. Okay, yes. That will connect. Okay, and then that goes to there. Okay, so now I've fed input of both titanium housing after... after this. Okay, gotcha. This comes around to here. That goes to there. So now we're feeding. Titanium housing is fully fed. Now I just need to... and this one's a little bit
I'm detecting
different.
increased rupture activity.
So close.
Prep for a wave.
So close to having this one done. Alright, we'll put one of these down. Alright, that works. Okay. Still got a little bit of time. Alright, back to here. Okay. That went there, that went over there. Okay, so for these ones, I need it to be... okay. And actually, I think that's all I really need because of the fact that I've got both of them on here. So I just need one line that connects to both of them. We're almost done here. what do we have left on this? I still have a couple more titaniums. Okay, so I've got 1 and 2. Oh no, that's my other zone. Okay, let's go back up here and look. Yeah, I've only got 3, so I have another titanium site somewhere. And this one has 5, total of 600. Okay. 6, 3, 6, and 2. Yeah, that was going to be a big one. I think I've only done the one wolfram. Where is the other wolfram?
Rupture's eruption has started. Prepare for impact.
There it is. Ah, I don't know why I missed it before. There's our 3rd titanium, and there's our other. Okay, so put this one in here. Yeah, so finish this one. Then I got to do this one, which is 5, and then that wolf. Okay. Somehow I missed that when I kept looking. I think I was looking just right here. I don't know how I missed that. And then I still... Okay, so that's what I need to do first. I need to go put down the sulfur extractors. And at least get the cables run. Okay, I'm hungry and thirsty. Oh, God, I'm dying hungry and thirsty. Okay. Do a little cooling here while I wait for the world to be habitable. And you already cool. Damn, that cooled fast. Yeah, it's still not safe. Oh, because I cooled that block and that was a whole block. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, running all these wires.
Planetary temperature returning.
That's
to
going to
normal.
be interesting. That's going to be very, very interesting. Okay, come back out. That's right. Let's get up. Oh, I need to go up top. I still have to program. All right, let us put you here. Okay. All right, I am going to... I always like having a little extra. Oh, it's me, probably. Little extra around here, so it's easier to walk around and get in. Okay. So that should be my solid. It should now let me take this all the way up to the top. And we'll just go ahead and run you for shits and giggles. I like that the extractors are so close here. Okay, so everything except for... Let me get this routed really fast. So if I put down one here and one here, I got that there already. Over there. Again, both are traveling on the same one, so it's just to pick and choose who's the one that's actually going to be which. And then... output is here. Ah, there we go. Right? Nope. That's output. Oh, I want input. That's right. So this is the input coming in. So anything left over should then go to here. Yep. Autosave. I'm not noticing the autosaves nearly as much in this world right now. I guess it really was that bad on my other save. And I'm getting there. I'm getting to the point where I have a lot of stuff being built, so interestingly enough, you would think I'd be having difficulties. All right. Oops. Okay. Forgot I ran the rods into that one. Okay. Let's get everything programmed. So I think the first ones here was what rods? How many? My short-term memory sucks. Yet another reason for having this. Okay, 4 rod, 3 sheet, 9 beam. Did I actually do that? I don't think I did. Hold on. Uh-oh. I only did 3. That doesn't make sense. I think I was looking at the wrong one. So there's 8. And I only put 6. Okay. Oops. That means I have to go 1 off each end, so that's going to redo this one a bit. Let's get the support in. Can't believe I did that. Oh, man. Okay, so that's you. You. Oh, boy. Okay. Let's get this fixed up. I gotta do the same on the other side as well. Yeah, somehow I missed that, and I'm not sure how. Oh, I do know how. Again, I already said it. I was looking at my first area, not this area. I don't think I'm going that way anyway. Building is not stable. Oh! That would explain why. Oops. Okay. That should be the right height. Alright, that also explains, I think, why it wouldn't let me do this, because there was no other support there. We'll have to put our stairs somewhere else. And all of these are basically for the... Damn. I really wish I could go another one this way. Damn. That is really unfortunate. I don't want to have to redo the entire setup here. Because I'd have to, for this to work properly, I need to have 3 of these feeding into those. Okay, I can at least put you there. Let's get you up to here. Do you need to hook up the... So how much is going to? It's 4. Okay, I can still do it in 1. Okay, good. We are still okay with that, and somehow this lined up perfectly with you. Okay, feeds up into there. I can do 3 more of those. How many was I gonna have left? Okay, I can do the other beam on the other side. Okay, this works. This works. The other beam over there is just gonna go straight into storage. 1, 2, 3 more. And what I can do, I'm going to take you, we'll join you with you. Oop. And that one was already there, which is also convenient. Take you guys to there. wrong side. Okay, that could have been a crisis. Okay, why do you... Oh, you're... Okay. That would make sense why. You're backwards. Yep. Even though I've done it a million times, that doesn't mean I can't get it wrong. Okay. It's you, and you. Okay, I'm gonna have to do some more programming. And then you do the same over here. 2, 3. Okay, almost, but I can line it up with you, which is fine. Okay, this isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Oh, no. Yep. Alright, you need to be one higher. There we go. Yeah, I didn't want to do it off of what I've been doing already. 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, let's go ahead and get you run. I'll just have to add the output of these into whichever one I choose for the
The Raptura is in its stable
whichever one I
stage.
choose for my
The climate of Arcadia is returning to normal.
beam output. Okay, I think I still need to come down here. I need to support you. Okay, run you guys over to here. Okay, she's starting to look all right. I'll keep you there. Okay. Okay, smelter here. You up here. I'm probably gonna have to go out a little bit further on the side here. So at least, okay, let's work on the inputs, everything as we go, so I don't have to come back or remember something, because I would probably forget that I hadn't done this yet. I also still need to program. Okay. Okay, fabricator. 1, 2. Yep, I figured I was going to have to. So let's get you in place first. Okay, so we need 2 more wide, which is doable. Off of the support. I'm wondering if I should move these now that I have more space. Can still keep the inputs, but I think that makes a little bit more sense now. Okay. We must have lost our support here. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of the... I'll leave it as it's coming up. Okay. So you are going to...
Arcadia 7 has finished.
And again, the cool thing is I've already got enough to turn into housing. So this is just gonna go straight into the... probably into the one that I've already got running that has them both. I think that makes the most sense. Yeah. Nope. there, you guys there. Get rid of you. Let's close that. Okay, now I can copy you. Let's get our outputs into here. I think I'm going to bring them this way. I just need to connect with that. Okay, so if I do this, that combines the outputs of the inputs. That sounds crazy. And then those. Alright, so let's take these. One, I can do 2, 3, 4. Okay, yep. I was seeing if I could maybe put a space between them, but I think, yeah, I'd be better off just doing it like this. Alright. You are... Okay, we have the output view going into there. Okay, let's run that. There is our titanium housing. And we're going to run you. And sticking with this cross stuff to here. Alright, there's our rods into there. And right now I've got you coming into here. Nope, going the wrong way. I need to switch this. Okay, so you are coming into here. You are coming into here. That's going to go into here and here. Perfect. Crisis averted. And we still have a clean... Still have a clean upper floor. Alright, now I just need to find a way to once again... Well, just let's fix the new ones here. Sorry, your beams. I'm going to have to fix the smelters below as well. 1, 2, 3. I don't think so. I think you guys were supposed to be the beams, weren't you? Yes. Okay, so these 4 are beams. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then I think you guys were the sheets, right? Yep. Individual 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So it's just 3 of these sheets. Alright. And then that means all of these are beams. I thought I'd actually done more programming up here, but apparently I didn't do any programming. Okay. Okay, you guys are already plugged into the furnace. Plural furnace. Not really. Okay, you go here. You go here. Okay, and now we'll go beam. I should also have sheet. Why do I not have sheet? I gotta look into that. Rods. Yeah, all these other ones were... Okay. Something's up with the sheets. Okay. Because the sheets never had their outputs run. That's it. Okay, I talked about doing it, just never did it. So again, because we can have 480 items on here, we are just going to connect it with... never did you either. What the heck? I thought I did way more. So apparently I only had one... No, I didn't have any... So Oh, because of that end over there. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, and then we do these ones, and they're going to go in towards that side. A lot of stuff moving on this one, but 480 items per minute should be fine. And again, this will just end up as a buffer anyway. Okay. You guys are all connected and hooked up. Okay, I still need to make my way down. Now that I had to ruin my other one over here. But I also have 2 new smelters to program. You guys are programmed, right? Yep. Okay. One's on either end. This could have been so much worse if I hadn't been able to put these 2 on there like that. Okay, let's work our way down from there. I think what I'm going to do as well I would like perfect. And I can do this. Nice. Make my way up. Okay, everything should be good. So, if I supply power, okay, we should start getting all of our extractors running. Watch all these smelters start smelting, and then we'll start seeing outputs coming up. Perfect. I'm going to give it a sec before I go run and check all of them again, because sometimes I will miss a part of that. And the easiest way to figure that out is once everything's running is to go in and see if there's anything sitting at 0. Not good for doing it like on the fly. Important thing is right angles, clean, efficient, looks good. All right, let's go down and check now. That stuff's flying everywhere. Okay. Slowly it's going to take a while for them to build up, so I think it'll start once other parts get filled up, because we have exactly as much. Yep, there we go. These ones are starting to fill up more. Eventually they'll all fill up. Why are you guys sitting there not going anywhere? Okay, so this is why we check. You are sending yours out. Okay, something is up here to the point where my outputs aren't outputting. Okay. Oh. They're the wrong way. That would explain why they're not outputting. But that is an easy fix, and that is why I always check this at the end. Now, had I been making something that required the output of this, then I would have seen the zeros on the other side. But now this should, yep, immediately start sending everything, and we should be getting everything. So we're getting the sheets, getting the beams, getting the rods, getting the housing. All right, so there's another titanium feeder knocked out, feeding into here, and so I got to figure out how I want to run this, because there's going to be this one, and I forgot that again, and then we got a wolfram up there and a titanium over there that we still need to build and run over here. But technically I've only got 3 more feeders. That one's run out of feeder. That's just running a bunch of raw sulfur in. But those 2 are still feeders, which shouldn't take too long. So like I said, I am 100% going to need to have this planned for tomorrow. I got to figure out exactly how big and where, because I might make this an L-shaped. I don't know. I think that's more and more the reason why I built it here before. And can't build over this nasty stuff, so this is not a good spot. So yeah, this seems like it would be the best. lengthwise. I think if I go across here and then over here and like that, I think that would actually be fine. But actually tomorrow we're going to be doing it for real. And I should also grab that helium. Because I think... Let me get back to my body. Yeah, I have another helium here. So I can use that to feed up into this one. Got more calcium there. Titanium. Is there a wolfram? I thought there was. Okay, that's just a feeder then. Titanium. Calcium. Nope, I've already... Nope, yep, that is. Okay, so I can maybe... Do I want to take you and bring you in? May have to look at that. The more different stuff I get in, the more... That's titanium. The more stuff that we can actually forward. That would be the part after that. And then I think over here for this whole area. And then that's the last one. And then by that point, I think over here or over here. I think this time I'm going to make that my final base as opposed to, I think, over here where I had it before. Okay, let's get back to the habitat that has all the stuff.
That's a snack.
Although temporary ones I've made, I haven't really put storage or anything in. Let's see if we can grab some more food on the way. Definitely moved faster today than I really thought we were. I honestly did not think we were going to get that many of these completed. But again, you know, once you kind of get in a flow, it's muscle memory.
Come here.
Other than when I miscount or
Acquired.
look at the wrong diagram. Alright, I think... Yep, thought I saw something. Heard you, I just didn't see you. Weird, they're coming from two different directions. Yeah, like this is the spot I'm kind of thinking of building that base here. I think that's not a bad idea, especially if I can come up over here. I'll have to do a lot of supporting for the middle, for the bottom floor. For this to work, though, I have to... I don't know. I might have to... So this is a tougher one because these ones, the whole bottom layer is for routing rails and things. So it's having it eat into here on the bottom floor would be bad. Yeah, I'm going to have to look at this between... Try to see what the best way I can do this is. Is this mineable? It's already too done. Yeah. I got my work cut out between tonight and tomorrow. But tomorrow should be fun. That's going to be, I think, our first base that's going to be producing chemicals, sulfuric acid. There's a few other things we can kind of bump into that with, you know, almost, it's not infinite, but it's a lot of backstock materials. So I should be able to build more than I would if I was only using the stuff coming from here. So it should be fun. It should be, like I said, we're going to be making a lot of things that I haven't made yet. One of them needing to be the intermediate building blocks. I still have a decent amount of them, but I want to make sure I have plenty. And it also wouldn't be a bad idea for me to be on the lookout for more of the crystals in the caves. I usually, as soon as it's over, I tend to just immediately want to run over and start hitting up the building. Alright, let's see. Let me pop up in here. Let me check something here real fast. Let me see. I'm trying to save. Still trying to figure out how to do all this. I'm going to try and there we go. All right, so for those that are in the YouTube, I'm about to do a raid here. And then for those on, or for Twitch, for those on YouTube, again, I appreciate everybody coming out here. If you enjoyed the stream, I'd really appreciate it if you would consider hitting the like button, commenting, and if you haven't already subscribed, I'd very much appreciate that. And then for those that are on the Twitch, looks like we're going to raid Music Man Loxton. So I appreciate it. Say it's a fallen fam raid. We'll jump in there. So again, thanks everybody for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. And I will see you guys again tomorrow. Did that not work? How do you do that? I'm so professional. Is it supposed to be? There we go. What am I doing wrong here? It says no matches. I was just looking at it. I'll try this here. Appreciate you patience. Cool. All right, so we're raiding. So again, if you wouldn't mind, when we hop in there, just say it's a fallen fam raid.
Blades, welcome along. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated.
Felondice _ plays